指导心血管的研究。那么络病学说呢，指导呢，针对微血管病变的研究呢，也取得了2019年的国家科技部的1等奖，这也是我们非常高兴的事情。那么作为心血管的一名医生，我们觉得心血管事件如何的得到控制如何的这个干预心血管事件，能够降低逆转，那么这是我们医生经常思考的问题。那么络病理论恰恰就给我们提供了很好的一个理论指导，那么对于我们防治心血管事件起到很好的一个这个指导作用。
威廉院士及其团队历经40多年努力，在络病理论研究领域取得了一系列丰硕成果，其中脉络学说构建及其指导微血管病变防治荣获了2019年度国家科技进步1等奖。
此项目首次系统构建脉络学说，是中医理论的重大原创，被誉为络病研究史上的又一里程碑。首次创立理论加临床加新药加实验加熏证5位一体的中医学术创新与转化新模式，是中医药传承与创新发展的典范。围绕微血管病变国际难题，分别从理论、机制、临床3个方面开展研究，并取得重大突破，解决了国际医学界临床重大难题。
中医络病学说构建及其指导微血管病变防治荣获了2019年度国家科技进步1等奖。本项目首次创立了理论、临床、新药、实验、循证5位一体的中医学学术创新与转化新模式，系统构建了脉络学说，是中医药传承与创新发展的典范，值得我们大家认真学习。
新冠肺炎已成为全人类共同面临的重大公共卫生事件，疫情防控面临着巨大的挑战。由中医络病理论指导，针对外感病的病机和传变规律的莲花清瘟，经1期临床研究证实，在改善新冠肺炎患者症状、缩短发热持续时间具有良好的疗效。
中医的络病理论系统阐述了外感热病病机及传变规律，提出了卫气同治、表里双解、先正用药、截断病势、整体调节、多靶治疗的积极干预策略。在络病理论的指导下研制的莲花清瘟被列为国家卫健委新型冠状病毒感染的肺炎诊疗方案以及国家中药管理局新冠肺炎诊疗方案推荐用药，在我国乃至国际新冠肺炎疫情防控中发挥了重要的作用，可谓是莲花清瘟誉满全球，抗疫新冠屡建奇功。
新冠肺炎充分展示了莲花清瘟胶囊的卫气营学理论在防治疫病中的作用。那么在新疆的4次疫情中，我们都能够感受到莲花清瘟在防病、治病和患者康复中的地位。
莲花清瘟治疗疫情在疫情控制中发挥的重要作用，被国家命名为3方3药之一，充分说明络病学说指导临床具有强大的生命力。
基于莲花清瘟在新冠疫情防治中起到的良好作用，在系列研究证据的基础上，莲花清瘟后批增加治疗轻症、普通型新冠肺炎的使用证。10余个国家的中国留学生也收到了莲花清瘟用于日常防护。多国报道莲花清瘟抗疫成果对国际疫情的防控发挥了重要作用，其良好的疗效也巩固了祖国传统医学的国际地位。
莲花清瘟胶囊在新冠肺炎的防治过程中发生了重要的作用，获得了国内外医学界的普遍的认可。我们呢 愿在新的一年里，在吴院士领导下，全体骆病专业委员会的成员取得更大的优异的成绩。
在骆病理论指导下研发的莲花清瘟，为国内外的抗疫做出了突出的贡献。召开这次第17届骆病大会，一定为海内外的中医药的发展起到极大的推动作用。
那么中医的络病理论、实践以及处方用药，在这次的新冠疫情当中，不仅经受了考验，还收获了成效。
1年1度的国际络病学大会是国内外专家学者交流中医络病学理论最新进展和热点的盛会。作为东道主，我向出席活动的各位领导来宾、专家同道和朋友们表示诚挚的欢迎。
第17届国际络病学大会即将于上海隆重召开，专家云集，论坛内容丰富，是将成为一场络病专题的高水平盛会。我们美国中医工会作为美国历史悠久、会员人数最多的中医针灸专业团体，希望通过我们的努力，令更多的美国同行了解络病学，了解通络药物，并能将其运用到临床实践，从而造福于广大的海外患者。
吴一岭院士构建的络病政治、脉络学说、气络学说3大络病理论，是络病理论在中医药守正创新的典范，受到世界医学界的关注和重视。络病学已被我们加拿大安大略中医学院纳入中医师和高级中医师的课程之中，预祝本届大会圆满成功。
هو مجال تعاون محتمل جدا بين الشعوب وبين دولة الصين وبالتالي خدمة البشر في المجال الطبي.
The great China that handled with COVID-19 and economic crisis in an amazing way and record time.
We imported Lianhua Qingwan capsules, famous product against COVID-19, and we call it Ecovir in Serbia.
We are delighted to take the first steps in Europe to help spread the knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. It is an honor for us to help in this task. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to send your message. We wish you a very interesting Congress and we hope to see you soon.
中医药学是古代科学的瑰宝，也是打开中华文明宝库的钥匙，让我们传承精华，守正创新，共同为构建人类卫生健康共同体贡献力量。
让我们传承精华，守正创新，共同为构建人类卫生健康共同体贡献力量。最后，衷心祝愿第17届国际络病学大会圆满成功。
很期待本次大会对络病理论研究取得的突破进展深度解读，并再次预祝大会圆满成功。
很期待本次大会对络病理论研究取得的突破进行深度的解读，再次预祝本次大会圆满成功。
热烈祝贺第17届国际络病学大会顺利召开，
预祝本次大会圆满成功，
期待本次大会取得圆满成功，
预祝本次大会圆满成功。
衷心祝愿这次17届的络病学国际会议圆满成功。
衷心祝愿第17届国际络病大会圆满成功。Congratulations and best wishes for the 17th International Congress on Luobing Surgery in the year of 2021.
衷心祝愿第17届国际络病学大会圆满成功。
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 Поэтому мы будем с нетерпением его ждать и обязательно будем в нем участвовать.
Тому щиро вітаю від імені президії медичного клубу України шановних учасників конференції. Бажаю успіхів в цій науковій роботі.
لكم من الشعب العراقي ألف تحية وإكرام على أمل اللقاء بكم في مناسبات يرتقي بها الشعبان لتعزيز أواصر الأخوة.
وما قدمت شركة يالينغ ومنتجها كوين أهن الصين مرة أخرى وتطلع في المشاركة معكم في مؤتمر إكسبو تشاينا.
Luobing theory has been developed to protect and treat various diseases.
Я желаю всяческих успехов 17-му международному конгрессу. Всего вам доброго.
Мы хотим пожелать успешного проведения данного конгресса и успехов в дальнейших изысканиях.
Presidente da Associação Americana de Medicina Chinesa e professor e supervisor de Medicina Tradicional Chinesa e Medicina Alopática da Universidade de Shanghai.
预祝本次大会取得圆满成功，祝与会的各位专家、学者、同仁身体健康、事业有成、家庭幸福、万事顺意。
非常期待本次大会对络病理论研究的深度解读，再次预祝本次大会圆满成功。
尊敬的吴一岭院士，尊敬的各位专家、各位同道，大家好。首先，请允许我对17届国际络病学大会在上海召开表示热烈的祝贺。国际络病学大会已经成为跨领域的专家学者互相交流、互相学习、互相融合，充分展示络病理论最新研究成果的一个学术平台和学术品牌。
我谨代表中国工程院医药卫生学部对本届大会的顺利召开表示衷心的祝贺。在络病理论下研发成功的通讯络、肾松养心、奇力强心，都治疗心血管病方面经过循证评价都有非常好的效果，成为了这个领域的代表性的药物。特别是莲花清瘟在这次抗击新冠疫情中发挥了重要的作用，也经过循证的评价和基础研究都证实了这个药临床疗效确切。
热烈祝贺第17届国际络病学大会胜利召开，同时也祝贺中医脉络学说构建及其指导微血管病变防治荣获2019年度国家科技进步1等奖。
此项目首次系统构建脉络学说，是中医理论的重大原创，被誉为络病研究史上的又一里程碑。首次创立了理论加临床加新药加实验加循证为一体的中医学术创新与转化新模式，是中医药传承与创新发展的典范。围绕微血管病变，国际的难题分别从理论、机制、临床3个方面开展研究，并取得重大突破，解决了国际医学界重大的难题。
那么络病理论呢，这些年一直指导心血管的研究。那么络病学说呢，指导呢，针对微血管病变的研究呢，也取得了2019年的国家科技部的1等奖，这也是我们非常高兴的事情。那么作为心血管的一名医生，我们觉得心血管事件如何的得到控制如何的这个干预心血管事件，能够降低逆转，那么这是我们医生经常思考的问题。那么络病理论恰恰就给我们提供了很好的一个理论指导，那么对于我们防治心血管事件起到很好的一个这个指导作用。
吴一岭院士及其团队历经40多年努力，在络病理论研究领域取得了一系列丰硕成果， 其中脉络学说构建及其指导微血管病变防治荣获了2019年度国家科技进步1等奖。
此项目首次系统构建脉络学说，是中医理论的重大原创，被誉为络病研究史上的又一里程碑。首次创立理论加临床加新药加实验加熏证5位一体的中医学术创新与转化新模式，是中医药传承与创新发展的典范。围绕微血管病变国际难题，分别从理论、机制、临床3个方面开展研究，并取得重大突破，解决了国际医学界临床重大难题。
中医络病学说构建及其指导微血管病变防治荣获了2019年度国家科技进步1等奖。本项目首次创立了理论、临床、新药、实验、循证5位一体的中医学学术创新与转化新模式，系统构建了脉络学说，是中医药传承与创新发展的典范，值得我们大家认真学习。
新冠肺炎已成为全人类共同面临的重大公共卫生事件，疫情防控面临着巨大的挑战。由中医络病理论指导，针对外感病的病机和传变规律的莲花清瘟，经1期临床研究证实，在改善新冠肺炎患者症状、缩短发热持续时间具有良好的疗效。
中医的络病理论系统阐述了外感热病病机及传变规律，提出了卫气同治、表里双解、先正用药、截断病势、整体调节、多靶治疗的积极干预策略。在络病理论的指导下研制的莲花清瘟被列为国家卫健委新型冠状病毒感染的肺炎诊疗方案以及国家中药管理局新冠肺炎诊疗方案推荐用药，在我国乃至国际新冠肺炎疫情防控中发挥了重要的作用，可谓是莲花清瘟誉满全球，抗疫新冠屡建奇功。
新冠肺炎充分展示了莲花清瘟胶囊的卫气营血理论在防治疫病中的作用。那么在新疆的4次疫情中，我们都能够感受到莲花清瘟在防病、治病和患者康复中的地位。
莲花清瘟治疗疫情在疫情控制中发挥的重要作用，被国家命名为3方3药之一，充分说明络病学说指导临床具有强大的生命力。
基于莲花清瘟在新冠疫情防治中起到的良好作用，在系列研究证据的基础上，莲花清瘟获批增加治疗轻症普通型新冠肺炎的使用证。10余个国家的中国留学生也收到了莲花清瘟用于疫场防护。多国报道莲花清瘟抗疫成果对国际疫情的防控发挥了重要作用，其良好的疗效也巩固了祖国传统医学的国际地位。
莲花清瘟胶囊在新冠肺炎的防治过程中发生了重要的作用，获得了国内外医学界的普遍的认可。我们呢，愿在新的一年里，在吴院士领导下，全体络病专业委员会的成员取得更大的优异的成绩。
在络病理论指导下研发的莲花清瘟，为国内外的抗疫做出了突出的贡献。召开这次第17届络病大会，一定为海内外的中医药的发展起到极大的推动作用。
那么中医的络病理论、实践以及处方用药，在这次的新冠疫情当中，不仅经受了考验，还收获了成效。
1年1度的国际络病学大会是国内外专家学者交流中医络病学理论最新进展和热点的盛会。作为东道主，我向出席活动的各位领导来宾、专家同道 和朋友们表示诚挚的欢迎。
第17届国际络病学大会即将于上海隆重召开，专家云集，论坛内容丰富，是将成为一场络病专题的高水平盛会。我们美国中医工会作为美国历史悠久、会员人数最多的中医针灸专业团体，希望通过我们的努力，令更多的美国同行了解络病学，了解通络药物，并能将其运用到临床实践，从而造福于广大的海外患者。
吴一岭院士构建的络病政治、脉络学说、气络学说3大络病理论，是络病理论在中医药守正创新的典范，受到世界医学界的关注和重视。络病学已被我们加拿大安大略中医学院纳入中医师和高级中医师的课程之中，预祝本届大会圆满成功。
هو مجال تعاون محتمل جدا بين الشعوب وبين دولة الصين وبالتالي خدمة البشر في المجال الطبي.
The great China that handled COVID-19 and economic crisis in an amazing way and record time.
We imported Lianhua Qingwan capsules, famous product against COVID-19, and we call it Ecovir in Serbia.
We are delighted to take the first steps in Europe to help spread the knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. It is an honor for us to help in this task. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to send you a message. We wish you a very interesting Congress and we hope to see you soon.
中医药学是古代科学的瑰宝，也是打开中华文明宝库的钥匙，让我们传承精华，守正创新，共同为构建人类卫生健康共同体贡献力量。
让我们传承精华，守正创新，共同为构建人类卫生健康共同体贡献力量。最后，衷心祝愿第17届国际络病学大会圆满成功。
很期待本次大会对络病理论研究取得的突破进展深度解读，并再次预祝大会圆满成功。
很期待本次大会对络病理论研究取得的突破进行深度的解读，再次预祝本次大会圆满成功。
热烈祝贺第17届国际络病学大会顺利召开，
预祝本次大会圆满成功，
期待本次大会取得圆满成功，
预祝本次大会圆满成功。
衷心祝愿这次17届的络病学国际会议圆满成功。
衷心祝愿第17届国际络病大会圆满成功。Congratulations and best wishes for the 17th International Congress on Luobing Surgery in the year of 2021.
衷心祝愿第17届国际络病学大会圆满成功。
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 Поэтому мы будем с нетерпением его ждать и обязательно будем в нем участвовать.
Тому щиро вітаю від імені президії Медичного клубу України шановних учасників конференції. Бажаю успіхів в цій науковій роботі.
لكم من الشعب العراقي ألف تحية وإكرام على أمل اللقاء بكم في مناسبات يرتقي بها الشعبان لتعزيز أواصر الأخوة.
وما قدمت شركة يالينغ ومنتجها كوين أهن الصين مرة أخرى وتطلع في المشاركة معكم في مؤتمر إكسبو تشاينا.
Luobing theory has been developed to protect and treat various diseases.
Я желаю всяческих успехов 17-му международному конгрессу. Всего вам доброго.
Мы хотим пожелать успешного проведения данного конгресса и успехов в дальнейших изысканиях.
Presidente da Associação Americana de Medicina Chinesa e professor e supervisor de Medicina Tradicional Chinesa e Medicina Alopática da Universidade de Shanghai.
预祝本次大会取得圆满成功，祝与会的各位专家、学者、同仁身体健康、事业有成、家庭幸福、万事顺意。
非常期待本次大会对络病理论研究的深度解读，再次预祝本次大会圆满成功。
尊敬的吴一岭院士，尊敬的各位专家、各位同道，大家好。首先，请允许我对17届国际络病学大会在上海召开表示热烈的祝贺。国际络病学大会已经成为跨领域的专家学者互相交流、互相学习、互相融合，充分展示络病理论最新研究成果的一个学术平台和学术品牌。我谨代表中国工程院医药卫生学部对本届大会的顺利召开表示衷心的祝贺。
血管病变被认为是这些疾病临床疗效难以提高的关键因素。中医脉络学说构建及其指导的微血管病变防治荣获2019年度国家科技进步1等奖，在微血管病变防治领域打开了新局面。
微血管包括微循环病变是国际医学界的难题，我们从中医、从学术理论、作用机制3个方面开展了研究，
对健康中国战略以及对我们人口的老龄化以后的疾病这个生活质量的保护，都有不可估量的这种前景。
这个奖的获得呢，一定会引领这个行业朝着这个现代化、这个国际化的这个步伐前进。
Народної медицини, яка є традиційною. І якраз для нас надзвичайно цікаво, що шановний пан академік Уелін застосував і розробив традицію супутніх захворювань, і ця теорія поширюється по всьому світу.
Traditional Chinese medicine 莲花清瘟 improved heredity.
كبسولة 莲花清瘟 تحصل على شهادة تسجيل أدوية في الكويت.
Angka kasus positif COVID-19 yang terus meningkat di tanah air, obat herbal dari negeri tirai bambu pun menjadi satu dari sekian banyak obat herbal yang diminati pasien COVID-19 di tanah air. Lianhua Qingwen salah satunya.
Aku ngerasa sih gempa ini lumayan berpengaruh sih dalam masa penyembuhan aku di COVID-19.
During the initial outbreak of COVID-19, Lianhua Qingwen capsules have been used to treat nearly 100 million people around the world.
所以我们现在就有这个底气以及有这个证据来说莲花清瘟胶囊真的是有效。
You know what? The following day, pinagpawisan ako ng sobra para ako naligo. Pagkatapos, I felt para akong Superman.
Totalmente fuera de COVID fueron 2 semanas, pero en una semana ya los síntomas ya casi no los tengo.
中药在我们这代人身上会发扬光大，把它真正的推向到世界医学之林，不但造福中国人民，也造福人类。
China is leading, but with leadership always comes responsibility, and this responsibility is going beyond the national borders.
We need a world in which we think of ourselves as sharing common humanity. We need to think about ourselves as people who have a shared destiny for mankind.
All distinguished leaders and also for these experts, good morning. I am Zuo Yu, the host for this conference. I'm really delighted to be the moderators of this Congress meeting. And on behalf of our 20 million of populations in China and also all of our scholars, and welcome every one of you to this conference. Due to today, actually, I do think this is for the 17th International Congress on this Luobing theory, and each of these Congress has represented for these milestones of discoveries for this Luobing theory and for today. And besides, we have for this main hosting here, and also we have around 3,000 sites covering for 28 different locations in China and also overseas. So now we have more than 100,000 of experts has been participating in this Congress through for this internet. So that I would also like to say thank you and welcome to every one of you for this Congress. And at the same time, and we still have some of our for these experts cannot be here, but they have recorded for the videos.
尊敬的吴一岭院士，尊敬的各位专家、各位同道，大家好。首先，请允许我对17届国际骆宾学大会在上海召开表示热烈的祝贺。国际骆宾学大会已经成为跨领域的专家学者互相交流、互相学习、互相融合，充分展示骆宾理论最新研究成果的一个学术平台和学术品牌。
我谨代表中国工程院医药卫生学部对本届大会的顺利召开表示衷心的祝贺。在骆宾理论所指导下研发成功的通讯络、肾松养心、奇力强心，都治疗心血管病方面，经过循证评价，都有非常好的效果，成为了这个领域的代表性的药物。特别是莲花清瘟，在这次抗击新冠疫情中发挥了重要的作用，也经过循证的评价和基础研究，都证实了这个药临床疗效确切，所以已经引起全世界对中药抗击疫情的持续的关注。
中医药学是古代科学的瑰宝，也是打开中华文明宝库的钥匙。
让我们传承精华，守正创新，共同为构建人类卫生健康的共同体贡献力量。
希望通过我们的努力，令更多的美国同行了解骆宾学，了解通络药物，并能将其运用到临床实践，从而造福于广大的海外患者。
And waiting for futures for the best of traditional Chinese medicine.
Americana de Medicina Chinesa e professor e supervisor de Medicina Tradicional Chinesa e Medicina Alopática da Universidade de Shanghai.
我在此衷心祝愿这次17届的骆宾学国际会议圆满成功。
祝第17届国际骆宾学大会圆满成功。
Thank you very much for all of our experts, for your congratulations. And even though that we couldn't have them in here, but for their videos, I believe that we can all feel for their passions and also for their sincere congratulations to this conference. And also that we have felt for this significant support from these experts in China, so that let's have for our guests to be seated on our stage. So let's have our distinguished guests on the stage, please. Okay, so let's have all of our distinguished experts to be seated on the stage.
好的，那么
Okay, so please allow me to have some introductions regarding to our experts who are participating of these events. We have so the director Sun Da and also academician like Chen Kaida and Yang Shenli. And also we have Yang Baofeng, who is like academician of CAE, and also academician Zhang Li, academician Cao Bing, and Chen Yazhu, and Tang Xizhu, and Wang Weiqi, and Wang Hongyang. Now we have Ding Jian, Wu Yiling, and Yu Jingming, and Wang Guangji, and Ning Guang, and Gu Xiaosong. We have Shen Hongbing, and also the 3rd Department Bureau of CAE, and also Liu Jiazhang, who is a scholar of Chinese medicine. And we have our like famous for this like Chinese medicine doctor Yan Shiying, and also Wu Hongyi, Xu Jianguang. We have so that Professor Fan Li and Professor Yang Ming and Professor Zhang Chaoyang and Professor Ping Liu, and we have Professor Huang Congxing, and also we have Professor Yang Yuejing, we have Professor Zhao Jiajun, and we have like Professor Zhang Shu. We also have Professor Cao Kejiang. We have Professor Hua Wei, and we have Madam Sun Haifeng and Professor Fan Xinxun. We have like Professor Jia Weiping, and we have Professor Qi Jiahu. We have Professor Jiang Baogu. We have like a Professor Xu Ruihua and Professor Guo Jiao. And also we have Professor Xie Peng. We have Professor Zhu Liguo. We have Professor Liu Zhongming. And we also have Professor Xing Nianzhen. We have Professor Wang Xinhuai. And we have Professor Liu Xiaodong, as well as Professor Sun Zhenling and Professor Li Yingdong, Professor Zhu Huirong, Professor Chen Haibo, and Professor An Dongqing, and Professor Ma Rong, and Professor Zhu Mingjun, and also Professor Liao Yuhua, and Professor Li Xingli, Professor Jia Zhenghua, Professor Jian Juying, Professor Zheng Junhua, and Professor Liu Guorong. Also the Director Bureau, Professor Zheng Zhusheng. And for this 17th International Congress on this Luobing theory has been supported by all of our scholars and as well as for our government departments. Unfortunately, I couldn't list them all, but actually we should send our sincere thanks to all of them. So that let's have a round of applause again to thanks for your participation and huge support. And since we know that for the study of Luobing theory is quite significant in the heritage of Chinese medicine, and also within for these 40 years that we have been promoting for the studies on regarding to the Luobing theory, trying to create for this whole chain of so that trying to promote it more to the public, and for this joint effort of all of our experts, actually we could see some very significant achievements. So let's have Professor Xu Jianguang. All distinguished leaders and also Director Sun, all of our academicians, scholars, experts, good morning. And I'm very happy to be here and also to gather with all of you in this very beautiful season of early spring. And I can be here to be part of this International Congress on Luobing theory. So on behalf of for this Shanghai a medical association, as well as the dean and also the president of Chinese Medicine University of Shanghai, I would like to send for my sincere thanks to all of our workers who has been working very hard on this front line of the work, and thanks a lot for your contributions, and through for these understandings regarding to this disease. Actually now we are embracing for this very good opportunity of Chinese medicine to develop and also go to the world. And at this stage, actually for the government has very clearly proposed that it should adhere to this principle of for this innovation and also inheritance, and also for this development to accelerate for this modernization and also industrializations of Chinese medicine, and also to really contribute to the goal of Healthy China 2030, and how to exert to these original advantages of TCM and also promote for this inheritance, innovation, and also development of TCM has become for the top priority. As one of for these representatives of this inheritance, actually, so that TCM for this Luobing theory. For this research team has represented by academician Wu Yiling has achieved for some very significant results in recent years. And after for more than 10 years of research, actually we have combined for this studies and for this experiments and evidence-based realizing for the combination of TCM theoretical innovations and also modern science and technology, and producing significant for this original achievements, and also demonstrating for this inheritance and innovation development of TCM, and also that we have been benchmarked with international standards with evidence-based research to really solve for this problem of for this acute MI, and also provide new drugs for this cardiac insufficiency with for this premature beats, fill the gap in the treatment of all kinds of different early for this ventricular for these diseases, as well as for the integration of regulating drugs significantly improve for this clinical for this efficacies of chronic for this heart failures. And for this project of construction of TCM venation for this Luobing theory and its guidance for prevention and treatment, actually won for this first prize of national scientific and technological for this prizes. Actually, after for the outbreak of COVID-19. For the research team represented by Wu Yiling has shouldered for this historical mission of treating diseases and also saving lives in major public health events. And I do believe that for the research on this collateral diseases in this TCM will continue to take advantage of unique advantages of traditional Chinese medicine in this disease prevention and also treatment. So I would sincerely hope that we will stick on for this mission and also continue to so that training and also cultivate for the talent after for this outbreak, and also to continuously to do research and also to have for our role shouldered. So at last, I would sincerely hope that we can have a very successful of these conferences, and I wish all of our experts and a colleague in the meeting can have a a good week here and also good work and also good health, happy family, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, President Xi, for the excellent remarks. Next, we are going to invite Director of Bureau for the Shanghai TCM Bureau, Director Xu Hongyi, to give us a remark. Distinguished Director Xu, academicians from CAEs, experts, colleagues, good morning. First of all, on behalf of Shanghai Health Commission and also the TCM Bureau, we would like to extend the warmest congratulations for the successful opening of the 17th Congress of Luobing theory, and also extend our warm welcome to all the participants. This Congress represents the first Congress that combines all the Chinese and foreign scholars in this field, and it's also the fourth time that Shanghai hosts the Luobing Congress. So we would also like to extend our sincere gratification for the trust to Shanghai. And this year we themed as openness and merging, so that we could provide our contribution and the Chinese solution to these common diseases. In the end, I would like to extend a wish the fruitful success of the Luobing Theory Congress, and wish you all to have good health and good work. Thank you very much. Thank you, Director Hu, for the remarks. Next, we would like to welcome Director Sun Da from the National TCM Management Committee. Distinguished Honorary Director of the Congress in Wheeling, dear experts and friends, good morning. It's my pleasure to participate in this Congress in Shanghai with the domestic and international scholars for the 17th International Congress of Luobing disease. On behalf of our TCM Management Bureau, I would like to extend my congratulations for the successful opening of the Congress. And I would also like to thank all the experts providing their support in the development of TCM in China. Under the central leadership guided by President Xi Jinping, we have successfully received a lot of results in this healthcare field. We know that COVID-19 has brought great challenges for the healthcare system across the world. Without effective medicine, we can see that TCM has played a very important role, and we've been actively utilizing TCM and Western medicine combined to safeguard the life of the people, and it becomes a very important strength to safeguard the health of the Chinese people. And it has also received a lot of attention in the global arena. We have been conducted traditional Chinese medicine experiences and solutions with more than 18 countries in the world to fight against COVID-19. Together, we have also donated TCM products to 11 countries and successfully hosted the meeting of Shanghai Cooperation Organization on TCM and also the Asian TCM Congress. We have also provided Chinese solution to the world on fighting COVID-19. At the same time, prevention and control of COVID-19 and also express the spirit of development TCM in China, we have definitely strengthened our power and force in this field and enhanced the talents building in the TCM team. We have been actively working on the foreign affairs exchanges on the TCM field. We've been actively received new advancements in the development by the 13th five-year plan. We could see that the TCM has been communicated and spread it to more than 196 countries and signed specific contracts and agreements in this field. We could see that TCM has already become a national strategy as our special advantage. In 6th of March, we have just concluded the two sessions meeting. During the two sessions, President Xi has visited a lot of the healthcare circle, education circle committee members. And in his speech, he has pointed out that we need to continue with innovation in the TCM and establish a service model and system, as well as the management system and the talent building system in this TCM field, so that we could exert the advantages of TCM. And to improve the efficacy of TCM treatment in COVID-19, use the scientific method to demonstrate our efficacy in fighting against COVID-19. The important speech marked by President Xi has definitely recognized the important position of TCM, and this has definitely told us that TCM will play a very important role in constructing a community of the mankind. And that also holds very high expectation for TCM in the new era. And this is also elevating the importance of TCM to a new level and provided very clear guidance and direction for the future development of TCM. We believe that we should build on the tradition and keep innovating. And a lot of the collateral theories and Luobing theories have played important and active role in the disease prevention and control. For example, it helps to guide the microvascular disease prevention and control and has received the first prize of National Scientific and Technology Progress, especially during the fight of COVID-19. Based on the Luobing theory, Lianhua Qingwen capsules and 3 other products have been developed and listed as a anti-COVID-19 solution, and they have played a irreplaceable role in anti-COVID-19. We believe that with joint effort of the TCM circle and centered around the important spirit by President Xi Jinping, we believe that the 3 products, including Lianhua Qingwen, are registered in 25 countries and regions in the world, becoming very important result and product for fighting against COVID-19. We believe we know that it's the 17th International Congress on Luobing theory. It becomes a very important platform to exchange TCM theories and practices. We have organized international and domestic scholars to participate in this Congress and demonstrate the successful result and advancement in Luobing theory. And we believe that this is definitely plays a very significant role in the development of TCM. And I would like to put forward 3 points for future exploitation. First, we should safeguard the tradition and also build that to continue to innovate. President Xi has mentioned that we need to summarize the theory in TCM and also organize the innovative force to evaluate TCM with modern methods. We should also respect the thousands of years of experience. We also need to explain in clarity for the theory of TCM. So we need to build a platform for evidence-based medicine so that we could establish a very rational evaluation of the TCM efficacy and safety. And we need to forge a team for modern development of TCM and to execute the opinions from the central government to make it clear about the mode of mechanisms of actions of TCM. And we also need to seize the opportunity to introduce TCM to the world. In the 19th Congress meeting, the Chinese medicine and Western medicine have become equally important in the healthcare field in China. And we need to seize the important opportunity and strengthen the foreign exchanges in TCM, improve the integration in the academia, industry, and also the healthcare, so that we could forge a team with Chinese and Western medicine, and also work with the international experts. We believe that with that, we could make the latest advancements in this field and also keeping the advantages of TCM. We believe that we could make more progress in this field and promote the service model and the industrial chain development of TCM so that we could improve the competitiveness of TCM in the world and carry on the heritage of TCM, as well as expand our influence of TCM in the world. Thirdly, we should co-create and construct the community of mankind together. Various countries have been making their efforts on developing drugs to fight against COVID-19. The traditional Chinese medicine has played a very important role in this field, and its efficacy has been welcomed by the international circle. We appeal that through cooperation, by focusing on safeguard the health of people, we could actively promote the development of TCM so that we could safeguard the health of the people around the world to deliver the construction of a community for mankind. With the emphasis of the central government, in this year's governmental report, it has pointed out that we should emphasize on both of the development of Chinese medicine and Western medicine. We could see this is definitely an important era to develop TCM. Let's join hands together and make new and greater contribution for the development of TCM. In the end, I would like to wish a fruitful success of this year's Congress. Thank you. Thank you very much for the Bureau Director Sun's remarks. Dear friends, next we are going to move to the launch event for the Star of People's House. So please take a seat.
中医脉络学说构建及其指导微血管病变防治，荣获2019年度国家科技进步1等奖。当前，心、脑、糖、肾等临床重大疾病严重危害着人类的健康和生命。微血管病变被认为是上述重大疾病临床疗效难以提高的关键因素。然而，因其机制不清、疗效不定、证据不足等原因，多年来国内外始终未有突破性进展。吴以岭，我国著名中医心血管病专家，中国工程院院士，自1979年开始，遵循中医药自身发展规律，潜心40年，致力于中医理论与临床应用。自2005年起，联合10余家国内高等院所，形成以中医为主导、既以专家参与、多学科交叉的高层次人才团队，荣获国家技术发明2等奖1项、国家科技进步1等奖1项、国家科技进步2等奖4项。依托2项国家973计划项目，历时10余年，首次系统构建脉络学说，建立脉络血管系统病辩证诊断标准，提出脉络学说核心内容营卫理论，提出调营卫气血治疗用药规律。国家973计划专家组评价，脉络学说营卫理论形成了指导微血管病变重大疾病防治的新理论，属于中医药学术研究的原创成果。以中医原创理论与现代科学技术相结合，通过实验研究揭示微血管多维时空动态演变的复杂网络病变规律，揭示通络改善微血管血流灌注，保护组织细胞，改善脏器功能，是治疗上述重大疾病共性机制，保护微血管内皮细胞，是解决微血管病变难题的核心机制。专家组评价，取得中医药治疗微血管病变的重大突破。随机双盲多中心的循证医学研究，解决国际心血管领域4大临床难题。通心络胶囊治疗急性心梗无再流疗效提高20%，在解决这一国际难题方面取得重大进展。肾松养心胶囊为心功能不全、半室性早搏提供新药物，填补窦性心动过缓、半室性早搏快慢间质，整合调律药物空白。奇力强心胶囊在西医国际标准化治疗基础上，明显提高临床疗效16%。相关研究成果多次被国际权威杂志给予肯定性评述，国际媒体广泛报道。美国心脏病学会杂志编辑部评论：让衰竭的心脏更加强劲，中国传统医学给我们的启示，被评为该杂志年度学术亮点。新英格兰杂志副主编安东尼教授评价，奇力强心临床研究非常令人振奋，取得了非常鼓舞人心的结果。国内医学领域权威专家也对通络药物临床疗效给予高度评价。
奇力强心胶囊成为我国第一个具有循证医学研究证据的疗效确切的治疗慢性心力衰竭的中成药，为传统的中成药走向国际化迈出了可喜的一步。
这好几年呢，一直在吃肾松养心，我的心跳是不快不慢。
So I would like to have every one of us to join for a group picture together. It is quite a unique way to take the picture. We have a trom here, so that we will not have a fixed camera to take our picture. However, we will have 2 troms actually taking pictures from the sides. And also today, we have gathered so many of our distinguished experts to be part of this event. We wanted to capture this this remarkable moment. So we will have different angles. Just for example, we will start with the middle section, especially for the audiences who sit in for the middle of the venues. So please sit straight. And also smile with your full confident and face the trom. Of course, like for this like photo taking, we wanted to notice for our audiences on the sides, because actually for the zoom of the drum is quite wide, so even though that you are not sitting in the middle, but probably you will also be in the picture as well. So please because daily for our ladies will know if we take the picture from just so that above, you should just heads up. It will look thinner of your faces, and also you will look quite nice. And now our drum has been turned to right side of the venue. Please, the audiences who sit on the right section, please face to the drum. And then we will take the picture of our left side audiences. So please give us your biggest smile. Okay, thank you. We have already taken your picture, and at the end we would like to invite every one of you to be part of a video, and then the drum will actually have a flight running, and if the drum is in front of you, so please thumb up for a very good image. Okay, we have finished for this photo taking as well as for this video recording, and at the end of this conference we will have the access to all of you to download your picture or the video. Okay, and then we will follow for this agenda. We will moving to this Healthy China 2021 People's Health Star for this kickoff sessions. Actually, that's to implement for the healthy knowledge populationalizations actions, and also taking for the permission of for this health literacies of improving for the health of whole people. We should strengthen for the health education and also promotion according to the characteristics of different groups of people. So that let's take a look for a video clip to know more about.
每个人都是自己健康的第一责任人，是健康素养的参与者、实践者和受益者。为推进健康中国行动落地，提升全民健康素养，由人民网、人民健康主办，中华中医药学会洛宾分会协办，以岭药业公益支持，共同发起“健康中国行 2021 人民健康之星”推荐活动。活动从3月开始，联动全国30余个省市，数百余位健康科普专家，数千余名药事服务人员，数万家临床医疗机构，数10万家基层社区卫生服务中心和连锁药房共同参与，整合线上线下健康平台资源，围绕心脑血管、糖尿病等慢性疾病，面向大众开展科普讲座、专家义诊、药事服务、健康咨询等公益活动，普及健康知识，传播健康理念，提升健康素养，倡导健康生活，寻找健康管理典范，分享健康管理经验，影响更多慢病人群。同时，面向社区卫生服务中心和连锁药房，开展专业药事服务人员培训，提升基层医师和药师慢病管理水平，指导社区居民进行健康管理，争做健康之星。防控重大疾病，坚持预防为主。健康中国行2021人民健康之星推荐活动 旨在传播健康理念，培养健康达人，倡导每个人是自己健康第一责任人的理念，激发居民热爱健康、追求健康的热情。从自身做起，全民参与，共建共享，助力健康中国。
And by watching this video, I believe all of you can have a deeper understanding regarding to this event. And also, this event has been significantly supported by our office of for this Healthy China Action Promotion Committee, as well as for this planning department of National Health.
尊敬的各位来宾、同志们，大家好！非常高兴参加人民健康之星推荐活动启动会。我代表健康中国行动推进委员会办公室、国家卫生健康委规划发展和信息化司对活动的举办表示热烈的祝贺，也感谢长期以来致力于提高国民健康素养的各位领导、专家和医务工作者。健康素养是我们每个人提升健康水平的基础。健康呢是立身之本，全民健康是立国之基。在健康中国战略中，把提高国民的健康素养水平放在了非常重要的地位。在“十四五”期间，要全面推进健康中国建设，深入开展健康中国行动。我们要坚持预防为主的方针，把关口嫌疑，要动员全社会重视健康，从我们的生活方式入手，预防疾病，尽量使公众少得病、不得病。在健康素养提升方面，国家卫生健康委也采取了多种措施，公布了公民健康素养基本要掌握的知识和技能。我们也通过多种方式宣传健康的知识和技能。应该说，各地呢也采取了丰富多彩的健康传播的活动和行动，公众的健康素养水平呢不断的提升。但是呢，我们还有提升的空间。希望呢，通过人民健康之星的活动，能够使更多的医务工作者参与到健康传播的活动之中。那么，我们健康中国行动推进委员会办公室也正在筹划健康达人的推选活动，希望通过这一次人民健康之星的推荐活动，把长期致力于健康传播的各位医务工作者推选出来，把他们的经验更进一步的推广。那么希望这次活动呢取得圆满成功。最后呢，再一次谢谢大家。
Thank you, and also great thanks to our Director Mao. And as we know that actually for this People's Net and also for this people.cn is a very significant media platform, has always been delegating to promote and also improving for this communications regarding to this for this healthcare knowledges. So that let's have a round of applause to have Madam Sun Haifeng, who is a deputy EIC of for this People's Net Online and the chairman of People's Health. Distinguished academicians and experts and also scholars, as well as all of our audiences, good morning. I am really happy to be part of this event, and also we can have our kickoff meeting on this event. I do believe that we could see that we have gathered all of our experts in this field of TCM. So thanks a lot to our experts and also the leaders for your huge support. And also facing now, we are deepened for the actions regarding to this Healthy China Tour 2021 People's Health Star. And I do believe improving for this literacies of healthcare of the public is really significant. So how could we better improving for this awareness of the publics about healthcare? How could we better help them to shape for a more healthy way of life? I do believe it is quite significant to like support us regarding to this like for this big target, and also to really like deepen for our central governments for this allocation of Healthy China 2030. And we have launched for this establishment of like healthy like communities, and also we are like trying to stimulate it or like facilitate for our own roles in the family or in these communities, trying to promote through for our like individuals about healthcare like for the literacies. And also we have combined with for this like Luobing like a branch of like China like Medical Association, and also for this like People's Net, and we will launch for this event in March, and also we will have like more than 300 of experts involved, and also we will like covering for more than 100,000 of like pharmacy like stores in this multiple of locations. And then we will have for these KOLs to like promote for this prevention disease knowledges, as well as for the other for this like healthcare like relevant informations. I do believe for this process, we will also make a lot of for this video like clips for the public, and to just invite for our doctors, for our pharmacists, as well as other experts to promote more and more of this like authoritative for this information regarding for this healthcare sectors. And for us, as for this platform like facing for this big health, and we are a like a service platform and also a like collaborative like platform. We have always been like delegating to promote for the healthcare knowledge, and during for the outbreak of for this COVID-19, and we have also established for like the platform to provide like psychologically like consultations, as well as to promote the facts about for the pandemic, so that we also has been delegated through the support of like for this like China like Medical Association. We have held for like 2 times of for the competitions regarding to this healthcare knowledge, and we have encouraged for our healthcare workers to be actively like participating in this promoting for the health knowledges. And also we support for the trainings as well in last September, and we were also just assigned by this National Health Commission, and we have designed and supported for like multiple series of different training programs.
And there's more than 4 million people participated in the training, and the click view is reached more than 59 million. To improve the health literacy is a very important part to build Healthy China 2030, and we believe that action is a goal. We hope that with the 2021 program of the Star of People's Health, we could disseminate health education to decrease the chronic illness incidence and to facilitate the goal of Healthy China 2030. And we would also like to appeal for all the experts to participate in this program. In the end, we would like to extend our congratulations to the successful opening of the meeting and wish a fruitful success. Thank you, Madam, for the remarks. Next, we are going to move on to the launching ceremony. I would like to invite the guests to come to the stage. Professor Zhang Yun, academician of Chinese Academy of Engineering, Professor Wu Yiling, Guang, and People's Daily Chairwoman Sun Haifeng, and Professor Yang Ming, Professor Zhang Chaoyang, Professor Liu Ping, and CMA Electrophysiotherapy branch, Professor Huang, and Professor Yang Yuejing, President of Cardiovascular Branch of Chinese Geriatric Association, and also Zhao Jiajun, Chairman of Endocrinology Branch of Chinese CMA, and Professor Jia Weiping, Professor Hua Wei, as well as Professor Cao Kejiang from the ECG Physiology and Pacing Branch of CMA, and also Professor An Dongqing, Chairman of China Association of TCM Cardiovascular Clinical Research Association, Professor Xie, as well as Professor Zhu Mingjun, Vice Chairman of Heart Disease Professional Committee, and Professor Liao Yuhua, Chairman of the Heart Failure Center Alliance, and Professor Li Xinli, Chairman of the China Heart Failure Center Alliance, as well as Professor Jia Zhenhua, Chairman of Collateral Disease Branch of Chinese Medicine Association. Please come to the stage. So you can see that in front of you there is a energy column that's countdown 5, and then press the button. So let's start the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's launch. Now I would like to announce that the Healthy China Tour 2021 People's Health Star officially starts now. Thank you very much. Please take a group photo together. Thank you very much. A round of applause. Thank you again. Please return to your seat. Please come closer. We know that doctors and physicians are the important force for the science education and medical education. We would also like to make stronger science and also the sound in this field. That's why we would like to invite academicians and experts, scholars in this field to set up this kind of education group to carry out the health education on chronic disease, and also to share the clinical value of treating chronic disease with traditional Chinese medicine. So next, let's take a look at the screen. We would like to thank all the experts for their support in the Healthy China Tour program. We believe with their support, we can definitely deliver a very fruitful result for this program. And there's more than 1,700 tertiary hospitals, 6,000 secondary hospitals, more than 15,000 community organizations, and 210,000 chain pharmacies participated in this program to enhance the health literacy across the general public. and to help us to understand the knowledge of chronic illness prevention and control, to improve the capability of health management so that we could deliver the goal of healthy China as soon as possible. So that's concluded the launching program for the Healthy China Tour 2021. We would like to thank all the experts and the participants again. That concluded the opening session of the International Congress. Next, let's move on to the session for the Academician Forum. Let's welcome Professor Yang Baofeng to chair the academic keynote speeches for the first session. Dear colleagues, experts and guests, good morning. Now let's move on to the keynote session, which is also the Academician Forum. I'm very pleased to chair this with Professor Yang and Professor Zhu. So it's our honor today to invite Academician Zhong Nanshan to be our first keynote speaker. We know that Professor Zhong is academician of CAE and also doctoral supervisor in the Guangxi Medical University and honorary professor in Edinburgh University, Doctor of Science of Birmingham University, and also senior member for Britain Royal Internal Medicine Association. And he is also the member of the expert group for WHO COVID-19 working group. And he is also the director of the Clinical Medical Research Center for the Respiratory Disease in China. So let's welcome Professor Zhong.
尊敬的吴怡林院士以及各位院士以及参加第17届国际乐病大会的专家们，大家好。这个会呢，每年都是一个盛会，特别是在搞中医药用不同的形式研究中医药，以及在中西医共并重治疗各种疾病瘟疫乐病等等方面呢，都是一个很好的一个大家的一个交流会。我因为突然接到了世界卫生组织的任务呢，不能参加，那么只能够呢用视频的形式向大家做一些情况的汇报。我今天呢就简单的向大家汇报一下，就是关于这个我国应对新冠肺炎的现状跟展望。那么这个呢是
应该说是12月27号吧，是一个第一起的聚集性的病例这是在湖北中西结合医院张继先主任是一个呼吸科的主任，他发现了一家几口人有3个都得了这个病，当时他也经历了18年前的非典，所以当时他很警惕这个呢。这种现象、这种情况，他马上就报告到卫健委系统和政府那么当时呢，就对这个已经进行了监控以及注意到跟踪。我想这个事儿呢，就是因为我最近还是参加世界卫生组织的活动，那么中国呢，就是在一开始，也就是说这2篇东西，一个是发表在《柳叶刀》，一个发表在《Nature》2篇文章呢，都是比较早的及时的，也就是说10号、12号，在很短时间就给它做了一些测序，这个分离出一种特殊的新冠病毒那么新冠病毒跟那个2003年那个非典病毒是不一样的但是也是属于新冠病毒而且呢，在10月10号3号、5号就已经把它测序测出来了。那么2篇文章都发到世界卫生组织那么同时呢，很快就在世界卫生组织的网站上以及全球的感冒有关全球资料GISAID 这个上发表了。所以在这个东西呢，应该是我们非常早的就发布了，所以在相当一段时间我这个参加会以及什么呢？特别是西方有一些国家一直说中国隐瞒病情，那我们最重要的这个序列这么早我们当发现这个就很快的发给世界卫生组织，而且世界卫生组织很多就发布了消息，而且呢，现在的疫苗基本上是按这个序列来做的。所以我们很早就发布了，所以何来的隐瞒呢？因为在某些国家一直说我们是要负责要隐瞒这个我最近一直还在参加世界卫生组织独立委员会吧，这个。那么这个当时呢，应该说有一段10几天呢，对这个病情它人传人的传染性呢，不是那么明白，不是那么清楚，因为它在湖北流感也很多，所以有些情况不是很清楚。但是在19号我记得是18号晚上是接到通知，完了以后呢，我们组成了一个6个人的高级这个代表就是专家代表我是让我当组长以后呢就参加。这个是19号一天在武汉19号晚上我们就到了北京。那么这个时候呢，当时呢就宣布当时根据当时的事实以及在去武汉以前在深圳会诊的时候那个事实呢，我们就很肯定的提出这个病呢是存在有人传人，而且呢还有医务人员感染的这么一个情况向中央做了汇报。新冠肺炎在武汉肯定的存在人传人现象，而且有医务人员感染，所以当时呢建议严格的按照传染病防治的规律操作，并提出不去武汉，不出武汉。当时我提的意见呢就是什么？中国爆发了新冠疫情呢，这个提法是不准确的一个国家要是很多地方发现了新冠爆发，不是1、2个，不是几个，不是100个、1000个，而是成千上万的爆发，那这个提法不准确。实际上就是因为定位在武汉，中国的武汉爆发了新冠疫情，那么所以我们的战略呢就应该是对武汉全力封堵，对武汉以外的省市强化找防掌控。那么这个提出来以后呢，当时中央呢就进行了很多的调查以及各方面呢就制定了一个方案，特别突出的就是一个镇中市进行封堵，镇外这个进行联防联控。联防联控这个工作实际上我自己体会是个关键就我们国家取得这么大的胜利就是在上游控制它了在上游的这个环节抓住了这个发现的感染预防紧密接触者这些，我们这一条就做得很出色。 那么这个是个关键。这个武汉封城啊，那个联防联控，当时呢很强调就是早期的预防啊，就早期预防什么，就是自我保护啊，另外就追踪密切者，定量检查这个核酸检测啊。那个时候我记得在武汉的那个时候病人太多了，所以当时呢我们也提出这个，特别是在北京的医疗队一些提出呢，还有卫健委一块提出了叫做建立更多的医院，能够就是所谓的方舱 makeshift 啊，方舱医院。那方舱医院呢，就是什么？让健康的人跟有病人分开。那个时候分不开，家里头病房都住满了，他回家住怎么办？传染别的人，病情越来越重，心情也恐惧，是吧？所以这个时候呢，这是中国的速度了，是吧？在2月3号开始。在19天之内建了16家方舱医院，结果这个增加了13000多床位，再加上火神山、雷神山，那么就在那一段时间呢，这个我们就是在武汉呢，把有病的跟健康的把它分开。那结果的情况是怎么样？大家看看这一条曲。那么做的是什么呢？就这个啊，大家看看这个时间的曲线啊。这1月21号当时啊。完了，这个病人呢，每天一直在增加啊，增加。那当时呢，进行了封城，同时呢，在1月初，在2月份开始建立方舱医院以及各方面的全国的去支持。到2月4号是顶峰，那时候我看的是全国的增加的确诊量是3800，快4000人。那个大家这个全国全力以赴，从那以后就开始下降了。那么完了以后，2周以后就开始下降，总共就用了4周就回到基本控制的环节，这就是中国的一个曲线啊。所以现在过了3月份底以后，以后呢就是什么？全国就是内地的散发的了，散发病人我不详细讲啊。这散发病人呢，就我们的处理呢也是还是很坚决的啊。那在6月11号，刚才我也听了里头讲，北京丰台新发地出现了人传人，一下13个啊。当时呢，在北京也采取了很强力的手段啊，这些我想大家都熟悉啊。这个也是当时呢也是因为北京嘛啊，所以就从3级提高到2级的应急，关闭当地的市场啊，输入生冷的食品进行严格检测。进行这个密切密集就是追踪，而且当时就大中小学都停课，很坚决这个结果是怎么样呢？大家看看我们这个就是当时是13例，后来呢是335例，到了7月这个6号26天我们就控制了总共多少病人呢？是333个，335个。那就是因为采用这么强力的手段，在上游我们才控制了这病情，在有的国家恐怕一下又大爆发。这个是当时讲的一旦发现本土的病例，立刻隔离追踪的同时呢，这个全民的核酸检测我知道香港，我始终是希望他们进行全民的检测，到现在还是有本土的发生，所以。有些问题呢，我简单跟大家讲讲。一个呢，还是大家在座都戴口罩这个上电梯以后到外出开会，有时候我们知道口罩呢，就是新冠肺炎咳嗽的发生率是70%，每个病人70%。那么我们知道打喷嚏、咳嗽呢，它这个用这个气溶胶的检测光动力学呢，可以这个它是跑得很远的这个。那么比如说像这样这个。这一咳嗽，你看大家这个看看这个揣流的气体气溶胶，你看这个跑得很远的跑得很远，甚至呢可以跑到3-4米，所以这个知道就是这是自然的，你看就这么一个过程但是假如我们戴的口罩会是怎么样呢？外科口罩。N95 口罩会更好，当然 N95好很闷。那外科口罩现在戴的口罩，你看它对这个我们这个影响病人戴好，这个正常人戴好都有很大的保护作用，那么还有冷链传播这个是当前遇到的问题。 现在有相当多的冷链传，从6月份一直到现在，很多的冷链传播。这个冷链传播呢，应该看啊，大概有一些的实验看了，像沙门鱼、猪肉那些，在4度或者-20度的冷冻，20天以后检查病毒里头啊，还是存在。但现在的问题呢，就是有的是有，但是是不是污染了就一定传染给人呢？未必啊。所以这里头有很多科学问题没解决啊。这个一个是啊，这个它的来源是这样啊，比如说这个密封箱它有这个会感染，那它什么传染呢？吸入的还是接触的？这个病毒存活多长？它有多大浓度的病毒才会引起你感染呢？这些都搞不清楚。所以我们这个是一个科学问题，要进行很好的来分析。所以冷冻的包装食品、解毒这些呢，注意啊，物品、食品各方面消毒、勤洗手等等。那么我们呢，现在最重要的是要早期的发现重症的病人啊，这是医学的一些问题，我简单的说2句了啊。为什么呢？早期的病人啊，死亡率很高，特别是住进这个监护室，这个可以高到40%的病人死亡，这这个抢救很难的。但比较轻的话，它慢慢经过的很好的医疗支撑呢，它就缓解过来了。所以我们也做了2种预测的指标，一个就是从这10种的一个74个指标里头找出10种，找出10种呢，这个10种呢，都很多医院都可以计算，用这个 AI 啊这种工具以后呢，它能够就判断出它是一个轻的、中的或者重的，这样对我们以后的医疗的支持呢会很有帮助。这是一种。第2种呢，我们用99万张的 CT 片子来判断这个病人呢，他有没有肺炎啊？这个肺炎是不是新冠肺炎，以及他对身体的危害有多大，以及他的严重性，他的未来会是怎么样？所以这个来说呢，做了以后呢，我们能够使得一些年轻的医生呢，他可以很好的学习这个 AI 系统，以后呢减少他的误诊率啊，这是从医学的角度来做啊。那么还有呢，也初步的找到一些有效的治疗的手段，当然有中医的，也有西医的，这个我就不详细讲了啊。在中国也找到一些中国所特有的一些治疗手段，这我不详细讲。那么也有这个对中医药啊，现在我们成立了专门的中医药组。比如随便举个例子，像这个3药3方其中一个莲花清瘟胶囊啊，清瘟，那我们也做其他的啊，有精华益感、六神丸等等啊，都是有一些效果。那么这个做的比较仔细，除了做体外有抗病毒、抗炎作用，还做了一个全国的多中心临床试验，发现呢，它确实改善症状。这个使得这个 CT 的改善各方面呢都有帮助，所以我们这个发表了这个以后呢，在这个国外的关于特别是天然药物的文章里头，去年呢获得一个最佳的文章啊，这些是治疗方面。那么在我们的研究所呢，也进行了一例啊，这个在世界上也是最长的是 ECMO 是叫做体外膜氧合啊，一个治疗啊，因为它这个肺已经没有功能了，完了以后把血引出来，完了以后再输进去，以后就在体外做氧合，就是给氧以后再进去啊，这个才111天，那是最长的了哈。它中间出现过很多次的这个出血、凝血障碍啊，最后还是健康出院了。那么现在应该注意的什么？跟冬季流感要共感染的问题，我想我们也应该重视。因为今年呢是什么？主要是 H1、H3 的甲型流感，还有乙型流感也有啊，是叫做维多利亚啊、亚马嘎达2种的乙型流感。所以我们呢，包括你们的孩子，包括什么？这个到了这个冬天呢，发烧什么要检查以后呢，我们因为有共感染的比较少，但是常常有先感染后感染，所以也发展了一些仪器呢，能够鉴别。到底你是新冠还是流感？治疗办法完全不同啊！那这能够及时的注意啊，这样的话呢，所以研发了一些仪器，能够把这2个比较快的能够检测出来。那所以啊，不管是对新冠啊，对流感，我们的办法都是一样。这3个最基本的，对于个人来说啊，就是保持一定距离啊，戴口罩啊，勤洗手这几个。这几个办法。 也使得流感也减少了。为什么呢？大家看看，这个就是去年呢，到了4月份以后啊，这个流感的患病率也大大减少。为什么呢？就是因为大家采用了一些办法啊，这是全球的情况，中国的情况更突出了。你看，这个红色的就是中国的，在2019跟17、18、16比较啊，这40多种的法定传染病啊，在中国都减少了。你看，都减少了。也可以看到这个流感，这绿色的也是南方的省份，在我们这边北方的省份，这个流感呢减少了63%啊，在北方省是减少了80%，所以我们做了很好的保护啊。现在儿童医院看病的也少了，为什么？流感少了，少多了。所以这些办法其实是很好的办法啊，治疗办法。所以呢，就是下头呢，我就最后讲一讲疫苗的研发。那个疫苗的问题，世界卫生组织的全球一共有15款疫苗进入了3期临床，3期。中国本来比较早的因为我是这方面的也是负责一些工作。中国呢就什么1期、2期都做得很快，到了3期，中国没法做了。为什么？中国没什么病人了。结果呢，中国的实验都要到国外去做。你国外的话，就得跟人家好好商量了，谈判来谈判去，差不多花了3、4个月，所以现在当然现在我们的疫苗也等一会儿我会讲讲它有很多不同的疫苗。我们现在就是已经用上的是全病毒灭活疫苗，这是我们传统的办法还是很安全的。等一会儿我会讲一讲。那么还有很多的疫苗各种各样的这2个呢是中国3期的中生的，还有科兴的这疫苗，还有就是军科院的这个腺病毒疫苗等等这些方面还重组蛋白疫苗，中国是走得挺快的这个也是15款在3期临床试验的那么63款进到临床研究，173款还在进行临床期研究，因为我们还要发展多种的疫苗。为什么要这么做？这样呢？看看这个是现在获得紧急批的这个疫苗的情况辉瑞的在一些国家但这是指的是有效率有效率呢是一个局部一个点儿的有效率，但是我们需要看长期的有效率等一会儿我会讲一讲中国这个灭活疫苗呢，当时这个主要是阿联酋他做了以后觉得很好，结果到中国要开始中国来要批，就是这个药监局，但中国呢非常慎重，他因为在好几个国家都在做包括埃及土耳其还有巴林什么，他需要综合更多的资料，结果他们呢等不及了，自己公布了就用上了那么这个是一些这保护率就是有效率是这样那么根据他们的报道是这些%几这个保护力是一个方面这个但是呢对一个疫苗的评价我们要全面的来考虑，保护率是一个方面，还要看看它保护力时间长不长还要看看它是有没有很好的性价比就是说是不是很贵，还要看看它容不容易运输，容不容易储存，是要综合的考虑。所以一个比较理想的疫苗绝对不是1、2年能够出来的。所以我们现在还是鼓励在中国很多方面都进行开展这个疫苗的，就不同类型的疫苗的研发这个还是需要若干年才能够找出比较理想的疫苗。
谢谢大家。
So just now we have listened to Academician Zhou Nanshan's excellent presentation, which is very authoritative and instructive. And it provides a very broad overview in a very accurate way for the prevention and control of COVID. Next, let's move on to the second presentation. The second speaker is Academician Wu Yiling, very famous cardiovascular expert in TCM. professor and also leader for the Luobing theory. And he also serves as the director of the National Key Lab of Luobing Research and Innovation. He is also the deputy director committee member of National Cardiovascular Center, and he also serves as the director of the Luobing Key Lab in the National TCM Management Bureau, and he is the deputy president of Chinese Geriatric Medicine Association, deputy president of the Chinese Medicine Association, and honorary member of committee for the Luobing branch of CMA. So his topic today is the structure of Luobing theory in TCM and how it guides prevention control of microvascular disease. That's welcome. Distinguished experts, leaders, academicians, and colleagues, good morning. My topic today is the construction of Luobing theory in TCM and how it guides the prevention control of microvascular disease. And this is also how we received the first prize of National Scientific and Technology Progress in 2019. We know that the microvascular disease and changes plays a very important role in the development of cardiovascular disease. And it's a key as well as a world-level challenge. So we need to innovate from the theoretical level and also make breakthroughs in clinical practice. So my projects are two 913 projects. We have Professor Wang Congxin, Professor An Jing, Li Xingli, Cao He, and etc. participated in the program. So this is a MDT program. So the content of my presentation includes the constructive result from all of these experts. So from the theory, mechanism of action, and efficacy, we conducted research. In the theory, it's the first time we have a systematic construction of collateral disease theory. So this is a very important key original study for the TCM theory. So we have organized systematically from the TCM literature from ancient. So we have meridian and also collaterals. And the collaterals or the Mai-Luo are very important for guiding and understanding the microvascular diseases. So this should have the similar importance just as the meridians. And in the traditional development of TCM, we could see China has thousands of years of research in this. So just from the oracle characters, we could see that the word means streams in the human body, and that's the early concept of a bloodstream. And we know that this is a network system that covers all over our body. We believe that we should focus on study on the meridians and the collaterals. For example, the AMI, heart failure, and diabetes, as well as the heart pectorials are all been studied in the past. So I would see that you cannot find any other field where Chinese medicine and Western medicine share so much similarities. And we believe that the theory of Luobing is definitely a very important driving force. We could see that yin is internal and wei is external. And other ancient TCM theories have also told us the similar theories. And in China, we use the Yin-Wei theory to explain that the development and the genesis of cardiovascular disease was very clearly clarified and explained. So we believe that this is the core theoretical foundation of meridial and collateral diseases. From the past 2,400 years, 2,000 years, we have more than 2,000 formulas or prescriptions being studied. We have also put forward that this is where we could find a breakpoint for the theoretical development. For example, we have Bieluo, Sunluo, especially for the Sunluo, the terminal collaterals, we could see there is more than 16 billion of Sunluo, that's the terminal collaterals. And these are very important as well as serve a complementary role for the Western medicine. And for arrhythmia and heart failure resulted from cerebral and cardiovascular obstruction, and also other chronic diseases like diabetes have all shared the similarities. That's why we use these as the entry points. And the theory of Mai-Luo, or the collateral disease, is a very important theory, and this is also an original study result. With the theory, we need to explain the mechanism, so we have systematically explained the mechanism on Luobing. So from Wei is external to the collateral and Yin is internal to the collateral, and Yin Qi is related to the endothelial development. And so that we can understand that the endothelial membrane damages, how did it impact the atherosclerosis. So we have summarized more than 330,000 pieces of data, so to understand the intervention effect. And we understand that it's actually related to the vascular endothelial cell and the vascular and adventitia functions. And this is a multi-dimensional as well as a dynamic system to regulate the microvascular system in our body. And we have also summarized that there are 4 different types of the microvascular pathology of the disease. And with the dredging collateral products, we could improve all these 4 types of characteristics a lot. And this is also a common similarities shared in a lot of chronic illness like cardiovascular disease and diabetes. By protecting the microvascular vessels, we could improve the no reflow and also the reperfusion. And Professor Wang Congxin's study has demonstrated that the Shensong Yangxin capsules could improve the perfusion at the macrovascular level to treat arrhythmia. In the heart failure study, Shanghai Fudan University Professor Zhou Jing and Li Xingli study has demonstrated that the Qili Changxin capsules could protect the microvascular at the myocardial level to protect the myocardial cell. And Shanghai Huashan Hospital Professor Dong Huang has demonstrated that Tong Xueluo has provided the cerebral ischemia areas microvascular so that we could provide protection for the neural cells. And the Capital Medical University's affiliated hospital has demonstrated that Tongxinduo could protect the microvascular vessels. So all of these studies resulted back to the endothelial cells. That's why we conducted experiments on the endothelial level. The three Dragon collateral products could provide protection on the mitochondria and the cytoskeleton. And by providing the connections, we could improve the endothelial barrier function, especially the autopsis of the endothelial cells, and also to improve the proliferation of the endothelial cells. So from different various data, for the very first time, we have demonstrated that there is a key cell and the signal pathway as well as a network for the endothelial cell protection from Dragon collateral products. And we have also revealed that Dragon collateral, Dragon Luo products could intervene the easy secretion of microvascular vessels. And this is to serve a protection of the myocardial cells so that we can believe these kind of products by providing protection to the microvascular vessels. It's a shared mechanism for cerebral and cardiovascular disease as well as diabetic and diabetic kidney disease. So we have 4 programs. These are all evidence-based programs to address 4 clinical challenges. Professor Yang Yejing worked on Tongxinluo for acute amyloid issues, and this has delivered very important progress in premature ventricular contraction with cardiac insufficiency. So with 10 RMB per day, we could improve the clinical efficacy by 20% versus the control group, and this is also a sustained result after a year. So we could see that for this area, we have drafted the guideline, and also on 1,400 cases, we have developed. We have seen that the study could help us to treat the VPB and paroxysmal atrial fibrillation and bradyarrhythmia. So Professor Huang's study has also provided evidence for premature ventricular contraction with cardiac insufficiency. And this is definitely a new product that delivers both of the function. Most of the current products don't normally provide protection on the cardiac function. So Professor Cao's study has demonstrated that Shenzong Yangxin capsules could help to treat bradyarrhythmia, bradycardia, and also premature cardiac beat. And this has filled the gap in the field. So Shenzong Yangxin is recommended by Health Commission as for the atrial fibrillation, and it's listed in the latest version of internal medicine for the treatment of arrhythmia, and also for the chronic heart failure. So this helps to improve the clinical efficiency by 16%. Academicians Cao and Gao served as consultants, and the Nanjing Medical University's Professor Li Xingli chaired this program, completed the study. The paper has published in Circulation and JCC, and also received the editorial award. So these studies have showed that American experts said this is a challenge, and we would love to embrace the challenge. And the People's Daily has also quoted the American Journal of Cardiology that the TCM has provided new hope for the treatment of heart failure. And a lot of the various publication has also commented on the traditional TCM composite for enhancing the treatment of heart failure. So Qili Qiangxin capsules is also listed by the CMA in latest guideline for heart failure treatment as well as diastolic myocardial disease. And these are definitely important breakthroughs for using TCM to treat microvascular disease. And Circulation Research has commented that Qili Qiangxin capsules evidence-based research has received a lot of attention in the American healthcare circle. And the Chinese as well as foreign experts have highly praised it. And Professor Anthony from New England Journal of Medicine has commented that the research result is very exciting and encouraging. Another professor, also known as the father of current heart failure treatment, also praised that these multi-target effects demonstrated very good promising application in the future. And JCC Deputy Editorial Board has commented that Qili Qiangxin capsules has provided new chances to treat chronic heart failure. Academician Zhang Yun, Gao Renling, and Zhong Nanshan have all provided high appraisals to the program result. The theory has promoted development of clinical practice and association platform construction. We have established the committee for vascular Luobing and also the Congress for cardiovascular disease by using traditional Chinese and Western medicines combined. We have set up labs and key specialties in various cities. And we have established the cardiovascular department in various places. The 2973 programs has concluded that the research has created a new model combining theory, clinical practice, novel medicine experiments, and evidence-based medicine, so that the traditional Chinese medicine theory could innovate and combine with the modern technology and generate important original results, serving a role model for the inheritance of TCM and its innovative development.
Thanks a lot for Academician Wheeling. I do believe your presentation is actually quite incense as far as all of these presentation slides that I have seen, because it has brought me very significant inspirations. and also for the this like a CVMD, it is actually a quite like tough disease, including for our like TCM's understanding regarding to for this variance and also for the 脉络. Just for example, that for these mechanisms of the body is supported by qi, and based on this concept, he has also give us a very just clear like explanations regarding to these mechanisms of why we will have for for this clot or other kind of for this like a micro vascular like diseases. And we do believe like these are quite advanced like studies and also the findings. And for recent years, we have other very similar for these like studies regarding to the balance between these two. And some studies was focusing on this for this like a cyto like blast and for like academician like Weiling's sharing. Actually, he has given us a great inspirations. Just for example, by using for the understandings by this Luobing theory, actually we could understand for the foundation of this like prevalence like mechanisms, and also it could reach like all of this like micro like vascular like disease cause. And also for the theme of like today's Congress is about how could we prevent for this chronic disease. So I do believe after I heard from his presentation, I got better understanding regarding to how could we like better just improve for the circulation of our system. Then we could ultimately like prevent for the CVDs and then to maintain for the stabilizations of our body for the system. And he also has given us a lot of for these examples about using TCM drugs, and then we could achieve for some very magnificent for the result or the outcome. And also he has mentioned that the reason why that we are still like promoting to have Chinese medicine combined use with for this Western medicine could achieve better outcome. I do believe that we learned so much from his talk. And also the way of you are presenting on like just improving for the functions of like a heart and also for the organs. I have some suggestions for you. Just for example, you probably could also do some studies or sharings regarding how could just like improving for these like circulations or just improving for this like micro environment. How could we affect for this like a peripheral like cell, and how could we cultivate for the cells? I do believe that we could have better understandings regarding to these mechanisms of this metabolism. So like thanks again to our like academician like Weiling for your really wonderful and also inspirational sharing. The next like speaker is like academician Zhang Yun, who is the expert of like a CMVD, and also the director of like a CVD like Clinical Center of Shandong Province, and also he is the Deputy Director of National CVD Expert Committee. And he also has like a lot of other titles. I will not sort of read them all. And I would pass the floor to Professor Zhang Yun. Distinguished chair and all of our experts, thank you very much. Thank you for the organizers to invite me. And after I heard from academician Wheeling, I was quite impressed, because for TCM we have thousands years of history, and for the Western medicine we only have 100 years if compared. So that my talk is focusing on this CMVD. And internationally speaking, starting from 1964, actually, Linkoff has discovered for this paradox of normal CA with CHD. And after he has done for this angiography, and then he has discovered for the CA is actually normal. So that in 1973. And so that we have proposed to call it syndrome X, but in 1985 we have corrected again into microvascular angina, and in 2007 we have better understandings with this, so we changed the naming to microvascular dysfunction, and then afterwards, and with the lead by this a Chinese medical association, and we have put together for this expert consensus to put a name on it, and so that even though for this Western world they haven't have any for this, definitions about this disease, and we have organized several of these expert groups, and also using around 17 months to do studies for this. And then after 3 years of the study, we have put together for these concepts. And we believe that for the term abnormal, vascular for the function cannot cover for this structure of this disease, so that it is recommended to name it as for this CMVD. And also after we have done for this autonomy, actually we could see for the structures is actually look like this. If compared with these two pictures by this angiography, it only can detect around 5% for this whole tree. So in 2007 we have published this paper regarding to this Chinese expert concept. And we have 4 groups, including for this intervention and others. And I was taking the lead for this group. And we have several authors and also reviewers. And all of these reviewers are quite excellent experts in China. And because this will be the first in the whole world, so that we put a lot of thought in it, and also that we put lots of effort into it. And for this same serial, actually we published another paper. It's about for this strengthen the research of CMVD. And also this is for this definition that we put by the CMVD. And this is actually for this clinical for syndromes with objective evidence of angina for this pectoris, or for this myocardial ischemia caused by this abnormal function for this coronary. And we could see it is not only the function is different, but also the structure. And for recent years that we could also see there are MI and others.
So this definitely deserves our attention. In the previous studies, we can see that in the past it's a non-constructive or non-congestive lesions. And the CMD's incidence is as high as 50%. And the previously launched meta-analysis of a small sample has seen that the mortality rate is about 3.9 times, so it could really lead to mortality. In 2012, a 7.5-year follow-up study of 11,000 patients was conducted in Europe. And there's 1/3 of male and 2/3 of female. At the admission, there's no obstructive coronary artery disease, so it's less than 50% of obstruction. But the cardiovascular events are significantly higher. From the blue line, you could see these are the asymptomatic patients. And the other, that's the control group, and the red line shows that we have the patients with artery disease. So from these two lines, we could see one is a diffuse non-obstructive CAD, that's the green line, and from the angiography, it's less than 50% obstruction. There is obstruction, but it's less than 50%. So from one VD, or from the 2 VD and 3 VD, it's quite intertwined, so it's like the mortality is quite similar. And there's another one that's completely normal, so that's the normal coronary arteries, and their mortality rate is also lower than the blue line. So if the angiography is normal and angina is also normal, why there's a high mortality? And that's because maybe we can suspect that there's a distal problem. So that was for male, and now it's for female. You can see from these 5 lines, asymptomatic, diffuse, and 2 VD, 1 VD, 3 VD, and normal coronary arteries. We could see there is still high mortality. So you can see that microvascular disease, it could be very dangerous. So in 2014, there is a study among 405 men and 813 women. They've done PET. Now, they've done PET for other reasons, like maybe tumor. They don't have any myocardial or heart disease, no myocardial perfusion imaging. So we could see that the incidence of CMVD was 51 in men and 54 in women. And their CFR is less than 2. So CFR is an independent predicator for the adverse cardiovascular events. So we could see that the major cardiovascular events and the CFR less than 2 has definitely a higher mortality rate than the one with CFR bigger than 2. So just to remind you, these are the patients without any symptoms, and they've done PET for other conditions. So we can see that for chronic coronary syndrome has divided into 6 scenarios, and the 5th scenario is patients with angina expected with microvascular disease. And how did it impact us? So we could see we have a conductive artery, and we also have prearteriolis, and that's diameter of 500 to 100 meter. And we could see that the flow change is very low. And from the angiography, it's just tubes or channels. It doesn't really regulate the blood flow or metabolites. And what regulates? And these are all at the distal or the frontal end for the microvascular vessels. It's not something we could see from the angiography, and these governs the total flow and total pressure. So that's why these arteries are very important. We cannot see them from the current technology or current angiography. So what we could do is to conduct a functional test. So from the dog animal model, we could clot and also open the coronary, we could see that there is maximum expansion, and with maximum expansion versus no expansion, we are able to measure the reserve. And let's take a look at the pathophysiology of CMVD. And this is especially seen in the hypertrophic cardiomyopathy and hypertension patients, and they don't have plaque. So because these are at the very micro level, and we could see that they don't even have any other symptoms. So it's mainly endothelium dependent or endothelium independent vasodilation abnormalities. So like abnormal production and release of nitroxide, or vascular dilation abnormality caused by vasoactive substances. In order to evaluate the microvascular, because we cannot see them, so we can only evaluate it by its functions. So most of the drugs are independent. So it works on, we could see that with a better half-life, it's mostly used with adenosine. And we could also administer from the coronary arteries and also the to serve the coronary stenosis. And we know that this is a mediator, so it could stimulate. So it has both functions, diastolic and also systolic. So if you don't have good endothelium functions, then at the distal end, the problems will be revealed. And then you might see spasms. And in Europe and in America, these are quite commonly used, like the adenosine or dipyridamole. In China, we're worried about the avenospasm, so we don't really use it very often. But in China, we recommend a small dose to serve the goal. So if there is spasm in the big vessels and there's also ischemia or angina, then normally there are problems in the macrovascular. And if the patient has pain and the pain also moves down, then you could see that the patient is diagnosed with microvascular spasms. So you can see that this patient from the left and right, there are no problems, and we use acetylcholine, and on the nitrate there is still macrovascular spasms, and we could see that it's severely and evidently moved lower. So that's an angina induced by microvascular spasm. And there is endothelium-mediated microvascular spasm. So what we could do to evaluate the dysfunctions. So one is transthoracic Doppler ultrasound. It's easy to use. We could also be able to evaluate the CFR of the LAD. We could also use the SPECT to see whether the patient has segmental perfusion abnormalities. The best way is PET, and also CMR could deliver the similar function. So we're able to see the distal end and to see the blood flow. So even there is an angle, it's okay because we're looking at the proportional data. And the latest technology uses PET. So this is data from Union Hospital. And in America, the Harvard University professor has illustrated as a mapping, so we're able to see it clearer. Red means it's okay. If it's in blue or black means there's a problem in the blood flow. So this patient was in severe pain, and we could see from the coronary artery angiography there is no problem at all. And from the blood flow and the blood flow reserve, it's totally blue and black on various places in the heart, meaning that this patient has very severe microvascular disease. So if the patient is in pain and the angiography doesn't really show the result, then the patient is very likely to be sent home with a severe condition, untreated. So if you do the microvascular evaluation, you will be able to detect the problems. And we know that coronary angiography could give us a rough understanding. We also have blood flow classification, frame method, and imaging classification. So we can use CFR to indicate whether there is ischemia. There's also FFR, functional reserve. And there's also, in very distal end, we're able to test the resistance, so that's the IMR. And CFR is about the coronary flow reserve. So with these tools, we'll be able to know whether at the stenosis end is there ischemia or not, and how about the total if we add them together. So after we evaluate the macrovascular flow, we also need to see whether the patient has reserve issues or not. If the non-invasive techniques cannot really give us the data, we could also use invasive technique. And in the current classification, we have CMVD without obstructive coronary disease or with obstructive coronary disease, and there's also other types of CMVD, normally represented by angina. Normally, the angiography doesn't really show the problem, and we could see that for CMVD without OCD, they have primary stable microvascular angina pectoralis, and the clinical manifestation, we could see there is more relaxed standards, and if we cannot really get the diagnosis, and we also need to use more invasive methods to detect. And for AMI and abnormal coronary or macrovascular dysfunctions, there is about 40% of the chance that the patients might have problems at the distal vessels. And for example, an IP elevation or ST elevation changes, and the troponin could be elevated, and the coronary angiography show no obvious subepicardial coronary stenosis. And if we cannot get the result, we need to use a medical intervention. So with the OCD, we need to deal with the no reflow issues. And there's also epicardial coronary stenosis and myocardial disease. This is a very general category, and we will have to analyze them one by one in the future. So that for the treatment, it's mainly just like to control for the risk factors, and then we having for some of the classic drugs against for this myocardial ischemia, and also we have other drugs like listed, and also we have for this like mibafradi and other drugs. And also we have for this like fifth slide suggestion, it's like for the treatment of this like primary like stable like coronary like microvascular disease, for this risk factor should be like controlled first, and then we can using for some of this beta blockers or the other like antigenalists, and to use or like to control for these syndromes. And for the sixth one, just for example, for this like a Tongxingluo tablet from like TCM treatment can just could also used in the treatment.
And then after 3 years, actually, ESC has published like their own version of this consensus. This is like 3 years later than our version. So because of the time limitation, I'll just list all of this for the definitions and terminologies, as well as for this etiology of CMD, and for this like incidence of like for the main clinical types of CMD. We have like for like women it's 47%, for men it's like 30%, and for this non-flow is 20 to like 40%, etc. And also this is for some of outlook for the futures. And because of the time limitation, I will not elaborate it on these. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for academician Zhang Yun. Actually, like what he was proposing was actually quite excellent topic regarding to this, like not only for this heart disease or for like stroke, for like all of for this like CMVDs. Actually, before we didn't have like very deep understandings or like deep studies regarding to this aspect. So I do think he was doing a like quite excellent like work regarding to his disease, and also has like has offered us very much of inspirations for like future work. Thank you very much. And then we will have like academician like Ge Junbo and academician Shen to be the moderators for the next part. Okay, and we have our next speaker is academician Yu Jingming to present us his topic, and he is like for this academician of like a CME, and also the member of like a Shandong like a medical oncology branch, and he also has like many titles. I will not read them all, and his topic is like new era of like precision like oncology. Thank you very much for your introduction, distinguished academicians and scholars and experts. Good morning. I'm quite honored to be invited to this conference. I would like to share with you for some of these new practices regarding to this precision oncology. And based on the studies of last year, we could see for the mortality rate just like of lung cancer or like of cancer has reached like #1, and for its prevalence rate has raised to like #2. And actually now every year we will have more than like 10,000 patients with like new diagnosed patient with cancer or like with tumor. So for the development of just like of tumor can be separated into two parts. One is like genetic, and for second one is like environment. And because of gene, or either you be kind of like it's stimulated or like facilitated like high frequently, and then you will be like affected by that. And also we could see, especially for the population who's older than 65 years old and with some like not so healthy of lifestyle, is that population will have high prevalence of tumor. And we can see these are these like top 10 like cancer prevalence in China. And for men, is like lung cancer and also stomach cancer and also liver cancer. For the lung cancer is ranked number 1, and for female actually the first one is like so that is also like lung cancer. The second one is like stomach cancer. So like both lung cancer can be like quite life-threatening for like both genders. And also, as you can see, if benchmark with U.S., could see for this prevalence rate and also for this mortality rate, if compared with the U.S. And how could we like control it? Now we're having for these screenings, and also like years ago I have proposed for some suggestions. Just for example, we could listed our cancer screening into our like medical as insurance. It is like for the encouragement for the publics to do more or like frequent screenings for cancer, so that we could detect it as early as possible. So they will not do it like every year, but so that once in like 2 years with low dose like CT. And as you can see, after we have executed for the screening, we have like a certain percentage decreased for prevalence of cancer in both gender. And also you can see we have so many of these like milestone like features in the process of conquer cancer. For this 11 of this innovation, they have something in common. The first one is like technology and the science innovation. The second one is that it is just like a joint effort with other aspects like biology or like with other like specialties. Just for example, like we could like discover a very for the new way of treating the patient, or like the new way to do like chemotherapies, etc. And also we could have some indirect way to kill for the cancer cells. So now that we are still more using for this radiotherapy and also chemotherapy to do the treatment, especially in 2005, and also the patient can go through like for this like surgeries. For this chemotherapy, it only have around like 6% of for the cure rate, and 22% for surgeries, and 27% for like radiotherapy. And this is for the why, when, where, and what. In 2010, we are now like promoting for this like intelligent medicine or like a smart medicine. And I do believe now that we are like promoting to have more of this like collaborative medicine. So now we are moving towards for the evidence-based medicine, to the translational medicine, to the precision medicine, and also intelligent medicine. We should follow by these like best practices in other, just like in the other world, and also we should focusing on like treating the patient as a whole, but not only treating for this like diseases or like symptoms. And also that we have many of these like studies has not yet been like translated to like bedsides. So for our for this like treatment like strategy, as well as for the standard of like evaluation, we have to see for this like effectiveness and also toxicity, as well as for the cost. Because like toxicity is that we could not just simply so that raising the doses, because I do think that if we do not consider about the patient, we're just raising for the doses, yes, we sure so that can kill for the cells, but the patient will be like kind of like severely like harmed, so that we also have to consider about the cost. Also, we have to improve for these efficacies and also to like overcome for this resistance of drugs. Just for example, now we are more into for this precision medicines, not only for the treatment but also for this preciseness. We are now having more of this MDT collaborations, and for this MDT collaborations, it's not kind of like sharing for the responsibilities. It's not only that, but also like sharing for their expertise, also knowledges, and then we could establish or build up for a more precise way of the treatment or a new technology or a new drug, so that we could achieve for this intelligent and precise and also personalized medicine to the patient. Just for example, for male patient who smoked, back then that was our a core group of to kind of like screening at. But now we are moving to more groups like female non-smokers. And here are some of these visions of precision oncology. Just for example, we have to have this objectification of subjective research. We have to have standardization of objective research and individualize for this group research, and also refine for this individual research as well as for this innovation. So I do think for the treatment efficacies of the cancer is not quite ideal. But now we have all kinds of different ways to treat for the cancer. So now we have agreed it is kind of like a tree-like mechanisms of cancer, and in the other hospitals and in the other countries, actually they have been conducting for some researchers on twins, or it is kind of like we are using two identical cups, and then we are doing research on these two cups, and then we could still determine for some differences.
Einstein has said that any complex things behind it, we're able to find simple rules. So with driver gene, we're able to use targeted therapies to address it. And most of the smart cancers are at the branches, so we cannot find the genes to address them. So this is why we need to understand the heterogeneity of the tumor. And some of them are intertumor and within tumor. And we also need to look at it from different levels for how heterogeneity is generated. Cell nature have explained it very well. So they have different microvascular microenvironment, and it's just like twins in when they were delivered. Just moms could identify, but when they grow older, it's easier to identify the differences. So definitely this is a huge systematic project that requires all to participate. And why it's difficult to handle the cancer cells. They're the smartest cells, and they don't want to die, so they need to evade the attacks from all kinds of therapies, chemotherapy, radiotherapy, and immunotherapy. So we need to at least stimulate one or more pathways, and then the tumor might make a detour, just like going to a different route. So we need to look at it from different perspectives. One is chemotherapy. That's the first breakthrough. And the second breakthrough is target therapies. That's from the 1998. And then in 2010, the NEJM has praised it as the latest breakthrough. That's the immunotherapy. Immunotherapy is such a popular concept, just like how the penicillin is developed. So it definitely has started a new era of treatment. It's a new direction and will definitely overturn the traditional methods of treatment. There are two types of targets. One is on the tumor cell, like chemotherapy, radiotherapy, and targeted therapies. Another is on the microenvironment, so that's regulating the immune system. So we are able to find a very good selection. So let's take a look at the contribution of these three revolutions or breakthroughs. First is the chemotherapy. From the reports, we can see that it reduced the advanced NSCLC mortality by 3.2, target therapy reduced by 6.3, and immunotherapy from the keynote 024, the 5-year OS from pembrolizumab could deliver to 32.9%. So it's not like we can deliver this data for any patient, but all in all, it's definitely a big breakthrough. And last year, Cell has issued an article on the top 10 challenges of cancer immunotherapies. So on the right, we could see how do we view it in a clinical setting. This is still yet to be addressed. So what could we do? We need to do a combination therapy, including involving IO. So it's not just A plus B plus C, a simple combination. We need to provide very precise combination for different individuals. Different people could have different sequence, different doses, different combinations. So combination, we need to increase the efficacy, but without increasing the toxicity. And for the early response patients, normally there is a 75% of ORR. That's demonstrated by a lot of the studies that the IO should be used in the early phase with less tumor burden, and the immune resistance is also better. So there's a 3+7 immune access. What's the three? Three factors. First is the tumor. Without the tumor, we cannot see the antigen. So no matter is the autopsis, we need to see the cell and also the lymph node, and then is the vessels. Without the vessels, we're not going to transport those to the tumor. So there are also 7 steps to kill the tumor cells. And by using these 7 different steps, where it's easy for us to combine with different therapies. And lymph node is very important. We have conducted a lot of experiments to remove the proximal lymph node, and we can see that radiotherapy plus immunotherapy, from the lymph node resection, we are able to reduce the tumor size. And in the past, we use a lot of the lymph dissection, but now if just with a simple or the false dissection, we're able to deliver the similar result without removing the lymph node completely, and this helps to extend the survival as well. And lung cancer treatment result is not very promising, not just in China, but also in the United States. In the past 10 years, the survival was just increased by 4% in the United States. And then in 2000, another 4 months is extended. And in the recent years, with the PET-CT-guided phase 3 radiotherapy, and also the new technologies being introduced from 2007 to now, we can see that the survival has been greatly extended because IO has been used in the first line and then maintenance therapy being used in the later line. So the 4-year OS is reached by 50% and has definitely challenged the surgical intervention. And that has definitely improved the survival of the patient from the 80s to the 90s. And from 90s to the 2000 United States, in the 26 years, advanced NSCLC patients' survival has just extended by 8 months or 9 months. If it's over a year, why could we extend it over a year? Because there's anti-VEGF is introduced. And ERSA and the first generation of TKI was introduced. So we could see that the radiotherapy combined with immunotherapy, we could deliver the median survival to more than 40%. And this is definitely a revolutionary breakthrough. Lastly, I would like to summarize. I've mentioned that the IO is a systemic project. It's an individualized, precise project. And we need to understand the cellular level and at an anatomical perspective. And we've been joking that it's impossible to cure, and then sometimes the cure is also accidental. And what we need to do is to understand the cellular mechanism of the tumors and the interaction of the mechanisms, and also to understand the microenvironment of the tumor, especially the immune cells. I believe that the tumor treatment is an individualized process. It's just like when we buy clothes or suits, and if sometimes it's not suit us, and we cannot find one solution for all, one pill for all disease. So we get the tissue. The tissue extraction is definitely the gold standard. It's better than body fluid or blood. If we cannot obtain the tissue, then we could consider using body fluid or tissue. And then it's to find the target, not just in the tumor, but also to find the target in the microenvironment. And then we'll also need to utilize the big data and GS technology. And we also need to pay attention to the quality control. In China, the authenticity of the data has been challenged. And then after that, we need to do profile of the patients so that we could design the product PDS model and to conduct the clinical trials. And then when the drug is developed, strictly speaking, this is only developed for one patient. So this is a completely custom-made product. But of course, it's just a miss, and we haven't really delivered it yet. This is what we need to do in the future. Thank you very much. Thank you, Academician Yu. Academician Yu has given us a very good update on the cancer treatment, especially we need to look for new ways to treat cancers. He has also talked about how to combine immunotherapy with radiotherapy and chemotherapy as well as TKIs so that we could deliver a individualized therapy and to really deliver the efficacy of precision medicine. Thank you very much, Academician Yu. Next, we would like to invite the speaker, Academician Ning Guang. Professor Ning Guang now serves as the president of Regional Hospital affiliated to Shanghai Jiaotong University School of Medicine, and he is also the director of Metabolic Disease Clinical Research Center in China. And he has altered the topic of his speech today so that it could better match the topic of the Congress. So he's going to talk about the TCM treatment of diabetes. Dear Chair and dear experts, I'm very happy to present my talk on the Congress. I have listened to the presentations from a lot of academicians, which is very inspiring. So I just altered my topic into traditional Chinese medicine treatment in diabetes. After 2010, there is a lot of surveys on diabetes for the prevalence. It's more than 10%, showing that diabetes is very important and we have to understand how it endangers our health. And the key is how to decrease the prevalence or the incidence of diabetes. But we could see that the annual growth of diabetes still reached more than 2%, so that with the incident rate being increased, the prevalence cannot be reduced. So we need to understand, is it possible to control diabetes from its source, which means could we intervene at the pre-diabetes state? If we could control obesity, then probably that could help to prevent and control diabetes. But to address these issues, it's very difficult. Even if you have addressed them, there will be new challenges emerging. You could see that the accumulative prevalence of diabetes, most of the people are diagnosed age after 60. So diabetes is highly age-related. With the society, with aging society, even if we have controlled obesity, we cannot control aging. So these have definitely brought new indications for us that we need to prevent diabetes, but more importantly, we also need to treat diabetes with new interventions. So we need to understand the genesis of the disease. We are doing lessons in sports. And secondly, the society is aging, and that has increased the prevalence of diabetes, makes it difficult to prevent, but only to treat and control. And third is obesity. Obesity is preventable, but to reduce the BMI is also very difficult and challenging. Apart from all these factors, there are a lot of other lifestyles. For example, the emotions and mood control. When you are nervous, the hormonal changes could induce diseases. And secondly, we have done a study before for the if one from of the couple is diagnosed, normally a couple years later, the other partner could be diagnosed as well, especially if the man is diagnosed with diabetes and a couple of years later, the woman in the couple could also get diagnosed in the diabetes. But if the woman is firstly diagnosed, normally the man's diabetes diagnosis rate could be reduced. Why? Because if the woman is diagnosed with the diabetes as the cook in the family, and she would be paying more attention to the diet. But if the man is diagnosed with diabetes, then the woman or the wife would pay more attention to cooking and provide more nutrition to the so-called patient in the family, and that doesn't really help with the disease control. And another paper or article has pointed out a very interesting phenomenon in smoking cessation. Smoking cessation after 6 months, we can see an increased incidence of diabetes, but within 5 years, there is a decreased trend. Why? 6 months after the smoking cessation. Well, from my personal experience, after you start smoking, you have this habit of filling your mouth with something else, even nuts. Even by having nuts, your weight could increase. You could see that with smoking cessation, within 6 months, normally the person has a weight increase. That's why this paper is not published in the beginning. And after for like a 2 years observation or 5 years observation, and then you could see a decrease for this diabetes prevalence. So this is for some of this impact caused by this environment. Just for example, we drink waters from this plastic bottle, right? And also the reason why the bottle is hot enough to contain the water is because that it contains for these chemicals which could impact for our hormones. And if
if we drink more waters from these like plastic bottles, then from long term per se, actually, like the boys will just like impacted by more of these hormones, and they will have for this like early of this for this matures in just like in very young age, and then which means that actually it could also impact on the prevalence of diabetes. And I do believe all of these are kind of noticed to us take like precautions regarding to the prevalence and like prevention and control for the diabetes. And just now that we heard from other speakers regarding to the CVD health situations in China, and now we only have like 13% of our population are considered to be healthy for this like vascular systems, which means that there are 87% of total population are not that healthy. And also, as you can see, for this chemical, it is extracted from a European plant, and this plant is called it's a lager. And anciently, actually, for this plant was fed to the cow so that the cow could have more milk. And based on this finding, in this 1900, actually there are these like investigators has discovered there are like more cows were fed by this plant. And also at that time, they use this plant to like decrease for this blood course, and also entering for the 21st century. Actually, we start to use this drug to treat for this diabetes. In 20th century, actually, we have invented like insulins to treat for the diabetes because of this very good outcome, so that at that time we didn't really consider about other treatment that we have for this drug. And at that time, actually, this plant has discovered that for this plant or like this drug is treating for this like malaria. But however, some young patient will have side effects until like 1957. This medicine was on shelf to treat like diabetes in Europe, which means like actually this looked like Western medicine was actually also extracted by the herbs or like plants. It takes around 100 years to be on shelf in China's market, but now it has proved for its efficacies to treat for the diabetes. So from this angle, the Chinese herbs or like TCM, it is truly a quite valuable for this like materials or like resources that we could use for some future R&Ds of the drugs. Just for example, this is a randomized study of TCT in type 2 diabetic patients. As you can see that we have Ruijin Hospital, Huashan Hospital, and Union Hospital, etc. We have so like the best hospitals in China all involved or like participated in this study, and afterwards it has published in the journal in Paris. And truly it had just like it has showed for its efficacies. And also in this like study, it is like compared with like a GC. And also following, it has done this like studies regarding for the treatment group using for the isolates. And it can see that it has like significantly increased for the sensitivities of insulin. And because this drug has contained like many of the herbs, and we could do some like further studies to see like so that which of these herbs are truly take for the efficacies to the syndromes. Just for example, maybe just like it is like Huanglian Su, this is our like hypothesis at the time, and based on this like hypothesis, we have done this randomized for this studies in this like multi-center, and we have enrolled 136 patients, and we compared with like placebo, and we have increased like the dose from 0.1 BID to 0.5 BID. And we could see for this BMI has decreased 0.8. And for this like second study, actually, we could see it could also like decreased for like the glucose in 2 hours. And for the A1C has a decreased just almost like 1%. This is like a very significant meaning. And also for the HDL does not have some like a very significant like differences. However, we could see like whether it could increase for the sensitivities of insulin. And we could see after the treatment, it has a very significant increasement, which has already fit for this hypothesis compare with the like combination treatment of that 3 herbs, which has proved that Huanglian is taking like the main effect in this treatment. Also, we have see for the studies regarding it could change for the IL-6, and this is Jingli Da. Based on this like Luobing theory, we have designed for this study for this like Jingli Da treatment, because Jingli Da for this Chinese medicine has contained for this a certain like concentration of Huanglian. So now the study is still ongoing, but however you can see for the red line here, after it has reached for this like normal numbers, after for the treatment of Jingli Da, it could improve for sensitivities of insulin and also reduce for the resistance of it as well. And here are some of the studies done by the other experts, also like focusing on this Jingli Da, and compare with a placebo. 192 patients enrolled. Also, you can see for the result, quite good result, like reducing for the glucose, and also 0.4% for the AFC. Actually, if we could reach this amount of decrease, it has shown some very significant like clinical meanings. It could also decrease the weight and the BMI. It could also change and also improve for this like positive versus negative score in like TCM theories. So based on all of these studies, we could see that Jinlida is a quite effective medicine to control or like to treat for this diabetes. This is also for this elderly patient and with like poor control for like glucose. We could see this is also a very significant outcome. And we have for like Professor Tong Xiaoling also have conducted for this like meta-analysis regarding to like 19 of different studies for this like Jinlida. So further, they were looking at for this medicine Jinlida, it could reduce the weight, and then and then what? And then we could see it could increase for this concentration or for this existence of like brown fat. So they have reduced for this like a white fat. Before we thought like adults does not have any of this brown fat, but however now that we have discovered that we do have, it was transferred or like transit from white fat, not like a brown. So for this particular type of, just like of fat increasement could really like comes up for these energies or like comes up for these like carbons that we have been like observing, and also that we have done the studies on mice, and also it could increase for this UCB1 and others. And it has also been mentioned by like academician Wheeling, and also that was just assessed by our moderator as well, because UCB1 is a quite important criteria, and in the study that we know because of the fat has been like transferred from the white one into the brown one, and the Jinlida, as you can see, after like taking or like after like taking for this medication for some obesity, so mice can have very significant like weight loss. And meanwhile, it could also increasing for the storage of the mass. So we could see that we could improve for this like fat of this like accumulations. So I thank you very much for this invitation to me, and it is an honor to have like discussions and also to sharings with you. And I just shared with you like multiple of the studies regarding to the drug Jinlida.
Thank you, Academician Ning. It's the first time I listened to Academician Ning on talking about this topic, the status quo and the future prospect of diabetes. I've listened to Academician Ning, Zhang, and Wei's talk just now. I think that in the past we fell into this circle that we thought people belong to a different group or things are should be considered separately. But this time we can see that human being is a body, the body is a whole. It's not separated just like the head or foot or hand. For example, the diabetes, it's been developing 20 years, and also that's the same case for microvascular diseases. So I think it's a very good lecture of how to view disease from a more integral view. Due to the time limit, believe there is also a lot of information we would love to learn, and we hope that Academician Ning could upload the slide online so that we could study it in detail in the future. So thank you very much, Academician Ning, for the presentation. Round of applause to Academician Ning. Thank you. Next session will be chaired by me. I didn't want to come up because nobody invited me to come up to the stage, so sorry for keeping you guys waiting. According to the agenda, we are definitely overrunning the session already, so I will keep it short. Next is Professor Huang Congxing. He is from People's Hospital of Wuhan University. He has a lot of titles, so I won't go through them one by one. I think in arrhythmia, he is quite a significant expert. So, Professor Huang, please start. So, thank you very much. Next, I'm going to talk about the disease genesis mechanism of arrhythmia and how Tongluo medicines could intervene. So we understand that from the microvascular injury, that's normally the cause of arrhythmia. So from our study, the hypothesis is with MI, we should be able to understand the matter exchanges and energy metabolites and the regulation of information. So if we could use the collateral dredging medicines to intervene so that we could regulate it from the upstream, then to improve the microcirculation. So this is the hypothesis. So let's take a look at the research result. We use Sensong Yangxin capsules. That's one medicine for dredging the collaterals. And from the result, it shows that it could protect the microvascular functions and structure. And from the study in this field, we have provided more information to fill in the gap here. And we have proved that it could improve the density, improve the circulation of the microvascular system, and also to improve the blood flow. So that's the phenomenon or the observation. And in terms of mechanism, we could see that it could increase the new microvascularization and protect the endothelial cells. So from the cellular level, we have demonstrated that this could increase the NRG1 in the microvascular endothelial cell. And what is NRG1? So this is secreted by the cardiovascular endothelium cells. And this could also regulate a lot of receptors of myocardial cells to stimulate multiple pathways. So it works on multiple pathways to protect the cardiovascular system. And this could also help to improve the density, like the VGF, as well as the protein expression. So it could increase the density of the vessels and to improve the blood flow or blood supply of the microvascular system. And from our study, we have also discovered that the interventions could reverse the remodeling of the structure. As we understand that any disease could induce organ remodeling. So for heart diseases, the heart remodeling is definitely inevitable. And this is because of the pathological remodeling. And from our research, it has demonstrated that the Yang could improve the diastolic function of the heart and increase the output volume of the heart. And the mechanism is related to the protection of myocardial cell structures and regulating the the calcium circulation. It reduced the edema necrosis of the myocardial cells and improved the rate of the arrangement of the myocardial cells. So it's an orderly arrangement or race. And more importantly, it maintains the super microstructure in the myocardial cells to inhibit the edema. And from our study, it has also proved that we could inhibit the pathological related collagen protein expression to reduce the pro-fibrosis factors. So that could reduce the cardiac fibrosis and reverse the structural remodeling. The third point of the innovative investigation of our study is that we have discovered the intervention could reverse the electro remodeling. We know that a lot of arrhythmias could be induced. Some of them are mortal or lethal. So from our study, by using Shengshong Yangxing, it could improve the action potential of the card and reduce repolarization dispersion. So this could have effective integration of the resources and improve the ventricular fibrillation threshold so that in the end we could inhibit arrhythmia. So we use our technology to mark and discover that this could improve the action potential and increase the speed as well as the consistency of the electrical activity. So by improving this consistency, we could reduce the incidence of arrhythmia. We also use the technology to discover that this could improve the electroconductivity. From the dispersed conductivity, we could change it into a more homogeneity conductivity of the electric. So at the micro mechanism, it increases the expression of the connection and connexin so that the consistency of the expression is improved. So at another micro level, we're able to see that it helps with the release of cytoplasmic reticulum calcium. It could help to regulate the calcium ions. In the end, it could improve the field potential of the electrical conductivity, so to prevent the genesis of arrhythmia. At the cellular level, we have also proved that this could upregulate RGS5 protein, and this could help to regulate multiple currents of potassium, so to inhibit the occurrence of arrhythmia. So if we knock it out, you can see the myocardial expansion, and if we introduced RGS5, then you could see that there is a cardiac hypertrophy. So this could upregulate the RGS5 to inhibit the cardiac hypertrophy. At the molecular level, we have also proved that it could downregulate the NMDAR activity. With this downregulation, it could inhibit the occurrence of arrhythmia, especially arrhythmia-related cardiac events. And from our discovery, we have found out that the product could even regulate the neural remodeling. In the past, nobody has ever imagined that this could balance the sympathetic nerve balance. And we have discovered that Shensong Yangxin could reduce the nerve growth factor and its regulating factor expression so that to downregulate sympathetic nerve remodeling and upregulate parasympathetic nerve. So it's very important for the balancing and protection of the cardiac function. So what induces this kind of regulation? It's because it stimulates NRG1, so this could inhibit the sympathetic nerve remodeling to deliver the automotive nerve function balance. And before we were talking about for this basic research, and now that we talk about clinical usings. So based on this very strict of it's like controlled and random for this like a randomized like double-blind multi-center like clinical study that we have done for this treatment of heart failure with ventricular like premature beats, and we wanted to see whether this drug is effective, and because we know this is a quite like a tricky. So they're quite tricky for this access because for this particular like group of patient, it's actually like quite like difficult to control and to see if there is kind of for some like very consistent for the result. And then this is for the result. We could see that this drug has significantly reduced for the number of like 24 hours of premature ventricular like contractions, and it has like decreased for the 24 hours like premature ventricular contractions. Also, for this decreased rate also was significantly increased. So that we could see by these graphs here means Shensong Yangxin could like not only like reduce for this premature like ventricular like contraction, and it could increase for this like decrease rate for this prevalence of these contractions, which means like it is a quite a balanced like regulation. It is kind of like a multi-function. It is not like a single targeted drug. it has for this like regulations from like multiple channels, like nerve remodeling, like cardiac like channels, like improving for this like myocardial like blood supply, and also improve for this ventricular like remodelings, etc. This is very comprehensive of like regulatings, and I have put a like conclusion on this side. Actually, we can see it is not only just increasing for this like a microvessel density, it could also increase for this microvascular, for this blood flow, and also increasing for like multiple functions, and also ventricular like electrical remodelings, etc. And then it could very significantly see for this impact, and also it has improved for this regulatory facts. So this is a like a very good like practice or study. And in like 2019, actually, this is the one that we see it has won for this national like science and also technology like advanced prize. And we have proved it from this like a basic research and like clinical using for these efficacies and also for these mechanisms of this drug. So I can confidently say that TCM, it is like really a really great like treasure that we own, so that we have this very, very special treasure in our hands. So we should like take good use of it. I hope that we have more experts in like Western medicine field to work with our TCM experts to really create something that we own the patent of, or like we own for this resource about. And then we could not only facilitate for this development of TCM, but also benefit the patient significantly. Thank you very much. Yes, arrhythmia is actually a like quite common heart disease in our daily life. So we could see that the study that has shared by Professor Huang Congxing has gave us a very for this very like a comprehensive understanding regarding to these mechanisms. And there was one time I have the chance to have a peek to Professor Huang's room. Actually, that was like full of books. So I was quite amazed by his knowledge. And the next speaker is Professor Yang Yuejing, who is the vice president of like Fuwai Hospital of Chinese Academy of Medical Sciences. Let's invite him on the stage. Thank you very much, moderators. Today I am gonna share with you regarding to the research like of there's a breakthrough of Tongxing law in treating AMI, and regarding to this like a prospects of like clinical application as well. And as we can see, actually for this like MIs or like AMI could become a like a life-threatening like diseases if we did not have a very effective control of it. And at that time, why did us like consider about this? Just for example, we have proved that there could be like no involvement of like a blood flow. So at the end, we have coming to this like basic or like a foundation of the understanding is that we have to have the function of protect for this endothelium. And then we started to do the research upon that. Just for example, this red bar here,
That's like a normal group. Just for example, like within 3 days of like pre-given the drug, and then for the control group, they have around like 98.5% have like a big range of MI. And then you can see through for this like giving the drugs or like increasing for the dose, actually like the patient's like incidence of MI is significantly decreased. This is also to protect for this completance of microvessels. It could increasing for the mRNA expressions and etc. Because of the time limitation, I will just like fast to skip some of the slides. So that for the Tongxing law, actually it could protect for this endothelium, and also to like protect for these like micro vessels, and to protect for this environment of for these vessels, and then increasing for the functions. And this is like pre-given the drug 1 to 3 hours, and then we have for these ligations for 1.5 hours, and then we could see it could to like smaller or like narrower for this MI range to a quite like a big percentage. I will not cover the details for the study, and this is actually quite important slide. And through for this PKA pathway to like inhibit of the for this like apoptosis of the cell. And then you can see for this Tongxing law group, we could see there is no hemorrhage, and it could also like decrease for this like penetrations of the blood cell. And then this is for some main functions and also mechanism findings of Tongxing law. Just for example, it could like protect for the structures and also functions of myovessel endothelium. This is the design of the studies. This is like 2 groups. Both groups has done some intervention, and then we have given like a big dose or like high dose of like 4 pills of Tongxing law, and then we could see it has decreased from 54 to 34, and it also has decreased ST, and also it could like decrease the range of the MI. It could improve for the functions after for this so that it has also like increased for the functions after for this like proficient. So 800 mg will be a kind of like a preferred dose for the concentration of Tongxing law. It could also increasing for these expressions of the cell. And also through for this like a Merck to do for some regulations regarding to the protein. And then we have extracted out from this cell like cultivation, and then this is like a normal situation in green, and the red one is high. Just for example, here as you can see in here, this is like increased, in here is decreased, and then so that by using for this Tongxing law, it could very good like regulate. And also you could see for these 4 parts, it could also show for its functions of Tongxingluo. We have verified to this protective matter for this NGPL4. It could also protect for this barrier functions. And we have published 2 papers based on that. Just for example, for this one, we have also published for this in vivo study. Let's look at for this lower column. For the control group, it's really high, and also the Tongxingluo group is quite low. For the second one, for the peak alpha, and also at the end for the peak alpha, by using for the Tongxingluo, it could having for this eliminations of the plaque 4, and then it has increased for the peak alpha for its activity, so that our student also have done some of these ligations, total ligations, and then we could see it also show a quite good effect. Just for example, it has lowered or controlled for its inflammations, and it has protected for the functions, and it has stimulated for this MPK and mTOR for these pathways. It could also smaller for this MI size or for the space of the MI. And this is a latest study that we have done. Protect for these microvessels. Just for example, that we are using for this endothelium to protect for the cells. It's we are using one kind of cell to protect the other kind of cell. And this concentration here, the best concentration is around 400. The second one, it also can be so that it can be blocked by this rapamycin. And the third one, the study, after pre-treatment with Tongxingluo, at 400 milligram per milliliter, it could deliver anti-autopsis to reduce the myocardial autopsis. So we have published data. This could provide direct protection on the myocardial cell. And by pre-treating with Tongxingluo, it could also release the endothelium protection, and meaning that this could reduce the myocardial cell autopsis. If we add it, it means that it works on the endotheliums, so that it works on the myocardial cell, and then it secretes long-lived mRNA and intake by the endothelial cell. And then the marker NA and 145P could be absorbed, and then would stimulate P70K. So we have discovered the protection mechanism. It protects the myocardial cell, and it also directs the cell to protect itself. So this is the pathway, and we have published a paper with a score of 8.6. So this is the latest publication.
For the MI, it's in the new era of treatment. There's still a 3 to 5% of mortality rate. In China, it's about 5%. And in provincial hospital, it's about 3.1% mortality rate. And for county level hospital, it's about 10%. So in Beijing, we could use Beijing's data. 2/3 of the patients are too severe with cardiac shock and other severe diseases. And what about now? For cardiac shock, we could also use IVP to support, but for the mechanical complications, it's only recommended by the guidelines. So on top of that, we've done the intervention, but there is a lot of cardiac rupture. So we use the trial prescription. So first using Tongxingluo, and then loading statins with large doses, and then is the Nicodrel. So let's take a look at this chart. It could reduce the no reflow, and all of the three products could help to reduce the cardiac myocardial no reflow and the necrosis. So we could see that the statins, the Tongxingluo, basically there's no reflow, no reflow, and then this is a 60-year-old female, and thrombolysis is very successful, but 10 days later there's a cardiac rupture. So you can see the process of rupturing. And during the progress, we conducted emergent surgery. So after 1 month of treatment, we successfully saved this patient. So this is the ultrasound result. And then the trial prescription, whether it works or not. In 2015, we've had AMI 959 AMI patients. And ever start that year, we started to use Tongxingluo, so the drug prescription. And then we could see that even if the patient came to the hospital later than 12 hours, we're able to save their lives. So it helps to prevent the myocardial bleeding or hemorrhage. From the latest research, the trial prescription could significantly reduce the cardiac events from 28% to 10%. So if the patient came too late, we would definitely need to use Tongxingluo, and if there's a rupture possibility, we have to use Tongxingluo. And we have included more than 3,000 cases in the study. It's a randomized double-blind study. And we need to remember Chairman Mao's talk that TCM is a treasury bank of China, and we need to dig the treasury out to benefit our population. Thank you very much. Professor Yang is also the leader of a cardiology department in Fuai Hospital. So I know that in the past it was led by Liu Yuqing, Zhou Xiaodong, Dao Qingwei, and Wu Jinshou. So I've learned from all of those experts. I know that Fuai Hospital is definitely a very authoritative organization or hospital in China in the cardiac treatment. So Professor Yang's presentation on the practice of Tongxingluo in cardiac disease in Fuai Hospital, this has proved the scientific and practical value of Tongxingluo's use in cardiology. Our next presentation is from Professor Li Xingli. Li Xingli is the director of cardiology of the first hospital affiliated to Nanjing Medical University. And due to the time limit, That's welcome Professor Li Xinli to start. Distinguished chairman and dear guests, my topic, followed by Professor Yang Tongxingluo's talk, I will focus on the basis and mechanism of qili qiangxin, the treatment of heart failure. JCC has issued the latest consensus of heart failure treatment, whether qili qiangxin could be incorporated in the guideline. I guess since 2018, the previous leader of the heart failure group, Professor Chen, Professor Rong, and Zhang, we have completed the latest version. It's not updated yet for the heart failure guideline in China. And we have referred to the 16 and the 17 version of the European American guideline. And Commission Han Ya-yun also told us that we hope to find evidence-based proof for TCM. So I completed that version of guideline. So you can see this is 2018 heart failure guideline. You can see from the process if the cardiac fraction is less than 40, on top of the SOC treatment, including RAS and also other recommended CRT, and we could see that qili qiangxin is not incorporated in this process yet. And Professor Han Yaling has also mentioned that although the result is positive, we also need to look at the endpoints, which is the reduction of mortality and the calcification of heart failure. So in the 2018 guideline, it has mentioned that we suggest the clinicians to use qili qiangxin according to the clinical symptoms. With the positive result, after we receive the program from the technology department of China, we need to modernize the use of qili qiangxin by using mortality rate as the endpoint. So by finishing this project, we would like to deliver our expected endpoints so that we could update the guideline. In JICC, we have published this article just recently. In 11th of January, they have updated it. So we don't use ACIB anymore. We need to use the latest because it's paradigm heart failure evidence. We also need to use SCO inhibitor because by using duct plating, we could get the result, a positive result. So from this process, we can see that qili qiangxin is not incorporated in the ACC guideline. So if it's in the ACC guideline, then Chinese guideline and European guideline should refer to their recommendation. So in terms of the theory, a lot of experts have touched upon that, so I won't go through the detail. We know that qili qiangxin has 11 elements. You are all working in these circles, and you understand the characteristics of these ingredients, and it has a shared method or a shared function as some of the Western medicine. In the heart failure group of China, we working together with Wuhan Hospital, we have conducted this double-blind research. It's also quite well known and published in major journals in America. So we can see the alternative endpoint is NT-proBNP to determine the clinical efficacy and should be better than the control group. And our result is better, it's 16% better than the control group. In terms of the secondary endpoint, for efficacy From the international standard, the cardiac death, Qili Changxin has 4 cases. And for the monotherapy of the Western medicine, there's 7 cases of death. And for the heart failure control, Qili Changxin has 8, and then for the control group is 12 death cases. So in total, we could see that we delivered the primary endpoints. Why DAPA study could deliver this result? On top of the SOC, we have evaluated these 2 events, and our medicine is superior. So 12 versus 23, this is definitely statistical significant. And the evaluation group from the foreign side thinks that it's evaluation of secondary endpoint, and they want to see our result of the primary endpoint. In terms of side effects and toxicity, sometimes the toxicity or safety could be quite challenged, but when we are in terms of the patient inclusion, a lot of patients have heart failure syndrome, and EGFR less than 2, we couldn't use it. And there's also a lot of the drugs that we cannot use. So most of them, they have EGFR more than 90. And so you could see that severe AE and AEs, there are no significant differences, which means that the product is safe. In 2013, JACC, in lots of the subspecialty, it has talked about the Qili Changxin's use as a combination therapy together with the Western therapy, and this is a better or superior therapy for heart failure patients. Our team in 2013 published a positive result, and then we started to work on the MOA. We need to answer, there's 11 ingredients. Which ingredient is for RAS inhibition? Which one is for diuretics and diuretics? So from our AMI model and myocardial disease model, as well as cardiac hypertrophy model, we have observed the positive data. When we were submitting it for the National Scientific and Technological Project, we have discovered there were 4 products. So we have Chenpi, Danshen, Guizhi, and Honghua. And we have asked the TCM experts. It has very similar ingredients in Changxin. So we understand that 4 ingredients could upregulate oxidative stress and also glucose level for regulation. So 4 out of the 11 ingredients plus the RAS system medicine from the Western medicine, we compare to the monotherapy of a RAS system. Of course, this could deliver a good synergy. So from the research, we could see that for the AMI patients, at the repursion, we use RAS or SCR or ARB, or we use the therapies to prove the efficacy of the product. And from various models that we have developed, we have observed the PIPA gamma could be upregulated after AMI. I was also talking to President Yang, and their PIPA alpha is upregulated. That's good for the blood lipid metabolic system. And PIPA gamma is also effective for the metabolic system and also the oxidative stress. So in 2018, together with Beijing University, we have submitted project for using qili changxing in the treatment of heart failure. And in January of this year, we have also published the articles of basic research, and we have passed for this study evaluations regarding to our research, and also we have detailedly find out the drugs which could improve or increase for the pipa gamma. You can see when we are so the doing for the report, you could see this is a microcardia hypertrophy model, and we both can see its positive result, and we can now have for this evidence-based to see that it could upregulating for this pipa gamma. And also we have got some second award regarding to this China Pharmaceutical Association. And also we have done for the study named a QUEST, and it is short for qili changxing in heart failure, assessment of reduction in mortality. And the word quest in English, it means exploration. So based on this evidence-based medicine that we taking for this cardiovascular mortality and also rehospitalization rate of for this deterioration of heart failure as the main endpoint. And this is our experimental design. As you can see, two groups with around 1,500 patient enrollment, and then we have launched this study in 2018 and as well as the end of 2018, and this is when we are reporting to the expert from Harvard Medical School. And also this is the meeting that we were reporting to the expert group from various countries at international conference on heart and also clinical cardiology research meeting in Osaka. And this is also a report just based on a quest. And I have also got for this invitation in this year to Barcelona to report for this latest for this result regarding to this quest in June this year, 23rd to 24th. And I feel very honored to have the chance. And also this expert is Mark Pfeffer, who is quite senior in this studies and also clinical practice for this heart failure. So in last year June that I connected with him to have a very a detailed and specific discussion regarding to this TCM and treating for this heart failure. And afterwards that I got for a letter from him, and he was very delighted to see that our research and looking forward for some more results. And we have enrolled over 2,500 patients now since May 2019, and now we are following by these structures, and then that we're having for these foundations or cornerstones therapies, and we put for this quest here. It is for the evidence to see for this Western medicine combined with TCM,
could really benefit our patient worldwide. And we hope that every one of us could control and also could put effort in and to have for some positive outcomes regarding to this study. Thank you. And we actually the Nanjing so that the Nanjing Medical and also Science University is quite excellent in for these studies, and also we have other experts also was just involved into these studies. Thank you very much, Professor Li. It is a quite excellent sharing. So we have academician Gu Xiaosong and also academician Huang to be the moderator for the next session. Because of the time limitation, and the next speaker is Professor Jia Weiping. So let's welcome Madam Jia Weiping. First of all, thanks a lot to our organizers to invite me multiple times in this previous time, and I do have more and more passion and also loving for TCM. So for today, that I wanted to share with you for some evidence-based study regarding to the mechanisms and also the using of this TCM and in this drafting for this treatment guideline of type 2 diabetes, that it is the first time that we have enrolled this TCM drug. And why is that? It is because that we could see by evidence it has very good efficacies to treat for the diabetes, and it has also so that offered to our doctors new ways or new food options to the patient. And if we could combine the two use of Jinlida, which could benefit the patient who does not have any response to the other drugs. And also for the type 2 diabetes, we have mentioned for these new ideas starting from this spleen theory. It is also coming from our Luobing theory, because of for this a spleen channel in this TCM system is not well functioned, so that it will have for some of this blockage or function dysfunctions of a spleen channel. so that Jinglida for this formulation for this formula of Jinglida could really achieve for that effect. So now we have for this clinical studies initiated by our Western medicine doctors with our TCM doctors, and also we have Professor Wu Yiling take the lead to do this randomized and also double-blind study for this Jinglida, and also we have other professors also was doing specifically on this Jinglida intervention study. So for today, I wanted to introduce to you two studies. The first one is that combination of using Jinglida with DMBG to treat for this diabetes patient. This is a randomized double-blind and also multi-center clinical center, and for these studies. And then we are trying to measuring for this glucose and for the BMIs afterwards. And also we could see there are a significant decrease regarding to for this HbA1c. It has decreased almost 1%, but for this placebo group, it only decreased around 0.5%. So this is after for this 12-week follow-up. And besides for this, we also have tested for this glucose for this patient. So both on this for this two factors for the FPG and the 2-hour PG, it has very significant decrease compared with placebo groups, and it could control better of those symptoms, and also it could release for some of this discomfort caused by DMBG. And also we have leveraged by BMI as well as for this a disease cause, so that no matter for this gender, age, or a BMI, we could see that for this combination of treatment can have very good outcome. And why for this medicine could achieve that? It is because it has significantly increased for sensitivities of the insulins. And at the same time, Professor Tong Xiaoling has done for this meta-analysis regarding to 15 of different studies data. We know that from the meta-analysis, we can see this chart. If it's from 0, and it means that the result is good. So from the top 15 data, compared to the Western anti-diabetic drug, this could exert a more advantageous efficacy. So this is the comparison with monotherapy. Even in 2-hour glucose reduction, we can still see increase. So not just by comparing with metformin with the other common anti-diabetic drug, it could also deliver very good result. So it's because of this shows this is included in the type 2 diabetic prevention and control guideline. And I did my research. The reference of this guideline in the international arena is also very high, especially in the TCM development. Jinglida granules could help to reduce the blood glucose, and it definitely makes contribution for introducing TCM to the world. And next, we would like to introduce my research, which is how Jinglida influences the blood glucose fluctuation of the patients.
So we could see, apart from the evidence-based result I've just shared, I would also like to take a closer look of the glucose fluctuation, because apart from the complications induced by hyperglycemia, the fluctuation could also induce complications. So we use a CT study with 4 groups, including placebo and metformin, as well as the study drug different doses. So 4 months of follow-up of the 4 groups, we could see we use symptomatic evaluation as well as the monitoring of glucose fluctuation. Why do we do this study? The traditional idea thinks that the hyperglycemia is induced by post-meal high blood glucose, and also this could impact the HbA1c level, so that to induce the complications. So this could help to prevent the complications. So from these 2 examples, it's a continuous monitor of the glucose, and their HbA1c are less than 6.5%. You can see this patient has very high fluctuation of glucose, and the lower patient has a more stable glucose level. So we could see that they both deliver the goal of HbA1c, but for those who have high fluctuation, they have increased the risk for microalbuminuria. So how could we detect the fluctuation? We use continuous blood glucose monitor. They wear it for 24 hours, then we could get 288 monitor, so the patient doesn't have to do any more finger poking. So this could provide the dynamic data for the blood glucose. And there are 2 types. One is real time, another is more retrospective. So the retrospective data is more suitable to be used in the study. So we have established a reference data bank based on this technology. So let's take a look. The green line shows the normal person fluctuation. There is a fluctuation, but it's very stable. The red line shows people who have abnormal glucose fluctuation, and the top line shows the life of the diabetic patient. So especially for after the post-breakfast glucose fluctuation is even greater. So we use this data to collect the retrospective data. So there is an injection pen and also a probe to get the data. So these are all untreated 30 to 70-year-old type 2 diabetic patient, consent form signed, and HbA1c more than 7 and less than 10. The BMI is more than 18.5. According to the international evidence-based proof, we have list out all the contraindications and exclusion criteria. At the baseline, the p-value, there's no significant difference. There's no differences, no matter its demographic or BMI or their glucose or blood lipid. There's no differences. So from the TCM symptoms scoring system, we could see the significant changes. First, HbA1c, the yellow one shows the post-treatment result, and the TCM symptoms scoring system shows a very great improvement. So we could see these shows the differences across 4 different groups. And more importantly, we need to observe the fluctuation. The red line shows the pre-treatment fluctuation. The red line shows the post-treatment fluctuation. In the control group, there's basically no differences. They're basically overlapping. And in the Jinglidao group, we could see that on top of reducing the fasting glucose. It could also help to reduce the post-breakfast glucose. And for metformin, in terms of post-breakfast or post-meal glucose control, it's not as good as Dinida. Of course, the combination group also shows a very good result. When we are evaluating the fluctuation, we also need to look at the parameters for the standard differences and dispersion differences. For the Dinida group, we could see that the fluctuation is significantly reduced, meaning that the blood glucose is very stabilized no matter fasting or post-meal. And this helps to reduce the damage on the endotheliums. And for now, there is also a clinical indicator, which is the 24-hour blood glucose fluctuation. This is known as TIR, time in response. So we could see that in the control group, there are no differences. This is the Jinlida group. And we could see that the TIR reached 80%, which is evidently improved the whole day blood glucose control. So why could we deliver this result? There's also a lot of mechanism studies to show that Jinlida could improve the sensitivity of insulin and the secretion, and also improve the inflammatory cytokines so that this could reduce the fluctuation. So this is what I want to share with you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Zhang. And Professor Zhang is also the president of this number 6 People's Hospital. And today she has shared the combination therapy and also Jinlida's efficacy on the control of blood glucose fluctuation. And this is a very excellent presentation. Thank you very much, Professor Zhang Weiping. Next, we have Professor Jia Zhenghua, who's the president of Research Institute of Combination Therapy between Chinese and Western Therapy in Hebei Province. So, distinguished experts, today I'm going to share how Chinese medicine help to treat the respiratory disease and the infectious disease. So after entering 21st century, we have definitely encountered the 4 major respiratory infectious disease that pose great challenges for the mankind. There's new diseases, there's also repeating diseases. So in the Western disease, they use antiviral products, but it doesn't really have immediate result for new types of virus. Even if for seasonal flu, the reliance on the monotherapy of antiviral products could still result into a certain level of mortality. And we also could use vaccines, but vaccines might face challenges of mutation variants. Although we have vaccines being marketed in the world, we could still see there is a problem of mutating variants. We need to find ways to deliver effective prevention and control of a pandemic. In the past 2,000 years of development and practice of TCM, I would say that we have accumulated a lot of clinical experiences for TCM use in this case. So how could we utilize the rich experiences from the past 2,000 years and combine our new experiences handling these major healthcare pandemic in the modern era, so that we could understand the genesis, the characteristic of the virus, as well as the treatment methods. How could we better respond to these kind of public health emergencies? In the conference, a lot of people have mentioned how TCM would work in chronic diseases like tumor diabetes and cardiovascular disease. We understand that for the viral diseases, especially for respiratory infectious disease, there is also a role of TCM. So we know in the Luobing theory, there is also a general understanding that the longer the Luobing stays in the body, the more severe the symptoms are. So it also the Luobing theory also helps with diagnosis and treatment of chronic illness, and the study of Lianhua Qingwen capsules could help us to understand how to use the Luobing theory to prevent and control respiratory infectious disease. So we have laid out our work from three perspectives. One is the theoretical foundation in the public health emergencies. So we have proposed the strategy of active intervention to use Lianhua Qingwen capsules in influenza A as well as COVID-19. This becomes a representative product in the prevention and control of COVID-19. And we know that the Luomai, the collateral system, is widely distributed and covered all over the body. And there is the Yang Luo and Yin Luo. So for this spatial distribution of the Yang Luo and the Yin Luo could help us to understand that it first invades the Yang Luo and then the meridials, and then to the collaterals, to the organs. So from understanding of the virus, it doesn't only attack the lungs. In infectious disease, it has multiple targets. And this has also include the viral diseases as well. Of course, the lungs are the key target. Based on the SARS and the flu understanding, we have proposed the treatment strategy and developed Lianhua Qingwen capsules, and also by using Majingsan as one of the base prescription, and by using Hongqingtian to regulate the immune system. So this shows how this prescription could deliver an active intervention. Of course, in terms of the PK, it could help to inhibit inflammation, reduce the fever, and regulate the immune system. For the influenza A and H1N1 virus, for extra vivo and in the animal bodies, it has definitely demonstrated a very good anti-inflammatory and anti-infectious result. And this is the same case for H1N1. In 2009, when influenza A broke out, we have also conducted an evidence-based study. So for turning the nucleic acid into negative, it definitely worked at a very good level, and is similar to the Western medicine. It also has a cost benefit. The price is only 1/8 of the price of Tamiflu. In Ditan Hospital in Beijing, various hospitals in Beijing, the use of the product has demonstrated a very good prevention and control effect. And during the COVID-19 outbreak, we have also conducted animal model studies, a series of clinical studies to find more evidence. And at the extra vivo level, it has shown the inflammation inhibition result. And this is also awarded as the best paper. And for these papers of these clinical studies, actually we could see for this duration could extend into like 3 days, and also it could have for this effect of anti-inflammation, and also it has fulfilled for its like for its pathologicals, and also it has like discovered 8 of for these chemicals
and for the components inside, which could have a very good efficacies and effect to further having for this blockage regarding to this. And also for this Lianhua Qingwen has been listed into 3 formula and 3 drugs. It has expanded for these indicators of for the usings of the drug, and also we could see that Lianhua Qingwen has played a very significant role in the COVID-19 pandemic, and also that we have been engaged into this multiple times of these international exchanges, and also we have shared and also based on our experiences, just in using this drug to treat for the COVID-19 patient, and also we have registered for this drug internationally, and has further facilitated for the internationalizations of the TCM. Also for this overseas patient, they have been taken Lianhua Qingwen for its COVID-19, and also they could feel significantly released for the syndromes. And also it has become for these representatives like TCM drugs to treat for this respiratory system infectious disease. And also 3 times in a row it has been listed into it's recommended list for the patient with respiratory diseases. And also for this efficacy study has discovered a Lianhua Qingwen intervention. It has for the common feature of inhibit for these inflammations, and also to regulate for the immune system, which is the key to control for this virus type of respiratory system disease. And at the same time, it could also increase for the function of immune system, which is why that Lianhua Qingwen can have such good efficacies based on for the COVID-19. And also that we have discovered for this very first time for this for this lung, for this collateral disease, and based on the patterns of qi luo, qi dao, and xue luo, this way of lesion for this progression patterns, and then based on these theories that we could see for these attributes of using for this Lianhua Qingwen. And for the TCM mechanisms, we could see it starting from the cough, and then to the lung, and then to the other respiratory systems. And it could have a very significant clinical meanings and values to treat and prevent for this infectiveness disease for the respiratory system, as well as for the other infectious disease. And Lianhua Qingwen could as inhibit for the bacteria, and also to really improve for those airways functions. And it has been tested on these animal models, and then further could help to extract for these bacteria. And then this is the third stage of clinical study. And also based on this outbreak of pandemic in Hebei, we have taken for this comparison of clinical studies, and we could see that it has significantly reduced the syndrome of coughing, and then increased for these oxygen levels. And then for the third one is the other like theories by like TCM for this like sterilizations and protection, and also for this like lung clearance and protections. And for the externals, it include for this external like environment like purification, as well as for the prevention. For this internal like regulation, it include for this lung clearance and also to like maintain for the balance internally. So further, we have applied the formula of Lianhua Qingwen in the other indications. Just for example, as you can see for this product, either it could be used externally as well as could be like taken internally. And it works on both for this environment and also individuals. Thank you. This is my sharing. Thank you very much, Professor Jia. Professor Jia has shared with us based on the understandings of Luobing theory and for this antivirus and also COVID-19 outbreak. And I do think that for like TCM drugs, especially like Lianhua Qingwen, will play more important roles in the future. The next speaker is from Xing Nianzhen, and his talk is on this like innovative treatment strategies for this prostate diseases by combining Chinese and the Western medicine. And Professor Xing is the director of like urology of National Cancer Center, China Medical and Science Academy, for this cancer hospital, and also the chief of China like Physician Association like urology branch. And let's have Professor Xing on the stage. Thank you. Thank you, moderators and chairs. I'm really honored to have the opportunity to share our studies regarding to this combination treatment with Chinese and Western medicine for this prostate diseases. We have an expert group which lead by our like a National Cancer Center, as well as participated by like multiple hospitals, including First Hospital of like Peking University, and also the Chinese and the Western medicine like combination treatment cancer hospital. So this is the outline. So first of all, this is the like study like a background. As we know, like for this prostate disease now has like very serious or like a severe impact to this male patient in China. Basically for this preparations and also the cancer. So now the age is become like younger and younger, and with aging populations in China, we have more and more patients suffer with these two kind of diseases, and also we can see a like increasing or like a rising trend in the future, which could harm significantly to our elderly populations. Just for example, like here are some of these main clinical issues, like the system theories, and also we do not have a very clear for these mechanisms of this disease, etc. This is the overall mindset of the studies based on the combination of Chinese and Western medicine, and we will have for this like a theory support, and then we will try to identify for the system as also for these like syndromes, and it is a combination by both of these medicines surrounded to this prostate disease. And for these key technologies and also innovative point, and we do believe that for this prostate disease is following for this new theories of TCM, over 40 actually for these individuals will have some weakness in their spleen channel and also for this kidney channels, which will accumulate it together into them, and then afterwards they could cause for some for some of this prostate proliferations and the cancer. And also we have connected for this pathology mechanisms with these TCM theories together, because we have for some immuno for this inflammation which had showed or which has indicated for the weakness of spleen channel and also kidney channel. And we have we have got some of these achievements of the study that we have published on Lancet and also Natural journal, so that we have studied the for the systems regarding for the combination treatment. Just for example, through for the weakness of spleen and also kidney channel caused, and then will accumulate it into damp, and then will have for this symptoms appeared for clinically. And in a Western medicine, we also find for this matching theories, we also have published or referred for 600 times in those international journals, and that was highly recognized internationally as well. The third one is that we have established or for the system of treatment, just for example, through for the combination treatment for these proliferations, we have done some of this R&D regarding to this 下基期胶囊, 下基期tablet, and then we have proposed for the treatment without harming the organ or without resect the organ, so that we have undertake for the surgeries which we can still keep for this urinary tract. And in this surgery perspective, we have also proposed no biopsies, and also we have proposed for some new for surgery ideas which could decrease more of these complications happened after the surgery.
We have conducted a survey, for example, for the prostate cancer prevalence, and this paper has been referenced for more than 1,000 times. In TCM, the Wang Lingyuan professor has also put forward a prescription for prostate cancer, especially for advanced prostate cancer. It could help to reduce PSA and improve the quality of life of the patients, and this is quite widely recognized. So in the world, we have also help to preserve the organ. And in the past cases, we have also conducted the similar surgeries. But in terms of its design, it also has some limitations for relapse. And for this way, we could preserve the urethra and enhanced the efficacy. By using this way, we could keep the prostate tissue, and so this helped to reduce the complications like discontinuance. And for the study, we have included more than 20,000 cases, especially for elderly patients who have more complications and comorbidities. This has a better result. We have also conducted and introduced other innovations to promote the development of prostate cancer treatment. So we have also talked about the theory of TCM in the Xiangli capsules that we have developed is also based on the Qi-Luo theory. So we could develop these capsules to enhance the Qi. So we have Huangqi, Nuzhenzi, and Rougui, and these ingredients help to enhance the qi of the patients and also help to supply or complement the yang and yin. So we use Huashi, Hupo, etc. to improve the symptoms of the patients. And from the cellular level, the molecular level, it helps to reduce the size of the tissue and reduce the inflammation. For example, the inflammatory cytokine infiltration. It also has roles for antioxidation. In terms of the clinical research, we work with 5 hospitals for initial research, and the IPRS score for the symptoms has been improved. At the same time, it also helps to improve symptoms like frequent urination in the night. And this is a multi-site, double-blind, randomized study. We have included more than 10 hospitals and institutions for the clinical study. The study is still ongoing, and we've completed more than 50% of the work and enrolled quite a lot of cases. The preliminary data is quite satisfactory, and we would love to share more data when the study is finished. For this project, we have published quite a lot of papers and been referenced by the international peers for more than 2,000 times, and definitely receive a lot of attention around the world, and also awarded with many patents, drafted quite a lot of guidelines, consensus for surgical treatment and medical treatment. And this has been recommended across China. And the product is also listed in the NRDL, being used in more than 2,000 hospitals in China, and delivered industrialization of the product also received very good economic benefit. This project has also been awarded as the first prize by the Chinese Medicine and Western Medicine Combination Association. So that's my presentation in the morning. So by using TCM and Western medicine combined to treat prostate cancer, we have developed the theoretical foundation and the practical use of the medicine. So we have also established the diagnosis and treatment system, developed the Xiangli capsules, delivered industrialization of the products. According to the guidance of the President Xi, the innovative TCM has definitely give us a very good opportunity to introduce it to the international arena. So it's my honor that me and Li Zhongxing have participated in the two sessions meetings and listened to President Xi's speech. And President Xi has also received a lot of the leaders and opinion leaders in this field from healthcare and academia to enhance the position of TCM in China as well as introduce TCM to the world. So I think this is definitely a very good platform today for us to better understand the President Xi's spirit and guidance. And thank you very much. Prostate cancer and prostate disease the prevalence has been increasing this year. That's definitely related to the changes of lifestyle and the environment. Professor Xing, in his presentation, has introduced the theory and the treatment system of combination therapy between TCM and Western medicine. And he has also introduced the theory of Luobing and also the therapeutic studies of TCM products. He has introduced the results of the projects and studies. It's definitely very excellent results. Thank you very much, Professor Xing. Next presentation is from Dongqiang. It's for early alert system for the community cohort on cardiovascular disease. Professor Dong is from Huashan Hospital, and he is also a leader of advantages specialty in China, in Shanghai. And also he serves as the director of neurology department in Huashan Hospital. He is also the neurosystem disease clinical institute director, so a lot of titles. Now let's welcome Professor Dong. Distinguished chair and colleagues who are still staying here, with the invitation from the organization committee of the conference, I would like to talk about the role of community cohort in the early warning research of CSVD. As we all know that the understanding of CSVD is still very challenging in the clinical setting. We don't really understand the genesis of the disease, and there is huge heterogeneity in the changes of the course of the disease. And we also understand, clinically speaking, it impacts the neurofunctions and behaviors. And with the course of development, we could see there's more latent disease, and it definitely impacts every day of our life. And for now, there is no clear diagnosis for it, because if we tell you that you have a CSVD, we don't know what specific disease you have, because it's more of a status of the condition rather than a specific disease. So what we do for CSVD is more focused on prevention, and for the symptom, we normally address the symptoms clinically. So in the patient cohort or the general public, how many patients or population is affected by CSVD. In Asia, we have 4 cohorts. In Fudan University, we have the Taizhou cohort. We have established a Taizhou population cohort. In Beijing's Shunyi cohort and Taizhou's cohort, these are the 2 cohorts being widely studied. And there's another cohort, is a Shanghai Jing'an district city elderly cohort. So we have spent 5 to 10 years to study how it affects the CSVD, and is there any warning values or not. So in Taizhou, it's a TIS. So ever since 2003, we have spent more than 7 years on establishing this cohort. These are completely normal individuals. Among them, we were able to establish their evaluation on the brain activity and other physical indicators as the baseline data. So we spent 5-year follow-up. Compared to the Shunyi cohort, it's the same that without any disease generated, in the normal population, there is 20% of white matter lesions, and in Taizhou, in the countryside cohort, there's 19% of the people have white matter lesions as well. So at the same time, we could see there is 20% of subcortex of spaces as well as cerebral bleeding. So for these common CSVD lesions observed by the imaging, we are able to better understand the evolution of the damages, but none of these have developed any stroke event. So in the Shunyi cohort, the result is also similar. So with these results, how could it impact the future? We have seen from the 4.7-year follow-up, compared to the 4.7 year before and after 4.7 year, we could see the development of the clinical outcome is definitely closely related and relevant. So from the baseline lesion or the baseline burden, if it's more than 3 by score, then in 4 years, the MS1 decrease could reach 3.4, which means that the cognitive functional deduction is more evident. So we could see there is a clear deduction or degradation of the cognitive function. How about other early clinical symptoms? How does it impact the cognitive function? So we raised this question. There is a very few deep micro hemorrhage, and that decides the severity of the cognitive function compromisation. So we have demonstrated that between these cohorts, the micro hemorrhage mainly impacts the thalamus as well as the interconnectivity with the network nearby. So in the end, compromise the cognitive function. In the clinical practice, we understand that this is closely related to the gait. We know for 60 year above elderlies, there's a lot of gait, and if it's 80 years old, then there's more than 60% of them have gait abnormality, and this is also related to their brain lesion changes. This is our observation. So at the normal level, after 4 years, when we observe the gait abnormality, there is no events that could induce the gait abnormality. And from the 5 different gait analysis, we could have a detailed assessment, and there is a strong relevance. So in different cognitive understanding as well as the major changes of the gait, there is a specific relevance between them. So this is in the countryside among the normal population cohort. From the 5-year follow-up, the microcerebrovascular damages is also related to the damages in the cognitive function. So in the past 5 to 10 years, are there any indicators that we could use? So in the city cohort, we have spent 7 years to observe this cohort. So we have seen there is a special phenomenon that based on white matter hypersignal could help us to predict the cerebral hemorrhage. With these changes of indicators, and there is more greater severity of the damages in the vessels, as well as inducing the reduction in the cognitive function. And in this overall, for this progress, and what are those biomarkers, and also is it gonna affect for the outcome? Actually, we have compared 5 years of it's like a congenitive like a stage, and if compare for these biomarkers, what are those relationships between? We're using this 1,440 for the patient or like for these objectives, and they don't have any kind of like a dementia, and we have compared for its metabolisms and incident like dementia in older like Chinese adults, and also to like detect for the like dementia possibilities in the future 5 years, which means it could like give us for some early like warnings or like detections regarding these individuals will have dementia in 5 years or not. And also you can see for this SCVD harm, for its like a severity could impact for its overall congenitive functions, and for its like hemorrhage could also like so that having for some like a severe for this impact regarding to this like congenitive function, which will cause for some like dementias in this early time. So for this very common thing, what are those mechanisms then? Then we have done many of the studies. The first one is done by the team of like Professor Cui Mei, because for these white matters could be continued, and we have totally like different like harm or like injuries caused by these white matters, whether it is it has for the like impact on the vessel or like others, so that we have established for this animal model, we reduced for this blood flow, and then we can see the changes, and also we can see this like decrease of this memory functions and also for these action functions. And based on this, we can see like what are those for the functions of myochondria. Is it because of the ischemic, or is this like a sequential impact? We have done a comparison. Just for example, the function changed, and it could really like well retained for this part. And then for this like a middle phase of the harm or like injuries, we started to see
for its like tightness. So for this accumulates of these white matters will start for some early like influence on the micro like vessels as well as for the structures and for the functions. And we have done all kinds of different like studies on this animal model. For the COX-2 expression have been increased. For this, and we blocked for the COX-2 or like inhibit for the COX-2 expression, which we can see it has improved for this cognitive function. And for the second one, we have knockoff for the COX-2. We can see that it has improved for the CSVD, like a small vascular cell, external like substrates, and also the blood flow. The cognitive function has decreased, so that we have to perform further R&D for the drugs regarding to these new findings. And also, this is for the brain, like a small vascular like disease mechanism study. We have studied regarding to for the impact caused by the micro like vessels and also endothelia for the barriers like structure and also the blood-brain barrier function after for this like a cerebral infarction. And through for this like a Synex 43, through for its like a connective like protein, we can see that Tongxing law has well protected for this barrier. And then at the end, we are quite lucky that this project has been like listed or like shared into this 973 project, and also has won the first prize of scientific like advance prize. And so far, actually, all of these studies have not been translated into this clinical using, and also for this like prevalence of for this like a cerebral like vascular like disease is actually higher than the others. So I do think this is a field that we could put more effort in and do more research on to have new agents. Thank you. Like Professor Dong has gave us a very detailed introduction regarding to their team's like many years like research, and it is focusing on CSVD, and also he has showed us the changes and also the studies regarding to the mechanisms and the functions. And so that truly they have done some of this very like remarkable work. Thank you very much, Professor Dong. And I do think this is the last speaker. Okay, so that's all for our morning session. Thank you very much.
咱们留在主会场还没有吃饭的各位老师，可以到隔壁的上海厅3